What up, bitches? Hi.
Oh, we made
Hello,
it.
everybody.
Look how
Welcome
big
to
my head
Inspired
is.
by Mystery. You have
Did you
one of the
guys know that?
biggest heads.
Did you know that I'm like 8 times the size of Sammy?
I'm tiny. It's not my fault. Can't help it. I can get
I
closer.
had.
Does this help?
I, that's good. That works.
Hey,
I,
welcome,
I,
everybody.
I.
This is
How's everybody
Justin.
doing? I
This is
should move
Justin.
this more to like that.
There you go. Adjust
Center
yourself. Oh,
myself.
now you have the little glowworm cave in the background, which is super cute. I love it.
I made. I made
Hey,
that.
I made that. No big deal.
I made
So,
that's
guys,
whatever.
I'm Sammy, and this is Justin, and you guys pretty much already know that right now. But
And look, and the
I'm glad
description will
everyone's
tell you what's going on.
here. Know it alls who know nothing. We debated a long time about what the title is going to be of this. Hi,
We
Shan. Shannon.
couldn't even not debate that.
I know.
No, we. What people
Well,
don't know
so
is that Sammy and
good.
I have a like a 20-year conversation that's been going on.
But it has
Uh,
evolved over time, which is super cool.
yeah, of
It's
course.
definitely evolved. We've both evolved. We've grown up so much. We were young folks when we met. I was probably
Hmm.
22.
We were about
We
23,
were
yeah,
both 22.
22, 22, 23 maybe, yeah,
Yeah.
something like
We've
that.
come a long way. Come a long way, baby.
I had hair back then,
You did.
and you didn't have dreads. That's how long ago it was.
I know. I know. When I first met you, my hair was just like wild woman hair, dread
It was
free.
just no, it was just normal people hair.
It was not good.
Sammy was just working at Mellow Mushroom, just kind of looking like a hippie, or to be honest, like a little.
I was this mellow mushroom, man.
Yeah, we're fresh out
Gotcha.
of the like. Well, like in the '90s, we kind of like embraced some hippie stuff, so it kind of went hand in
A
hand.
bit. I definitely did not like the like traditional hippie bands. I would say I was never into jam bands ever,
Mm.
even though we worked at a jam band bar together. But I just gave the tickets away a lot of times. They'd be like, "Here's free tickets," and I'm like, I don't care." But yeah,
Blind Melon is kind of jamish a little bit. They're kind of like that
a,
style of music.
a bit, but it's not like just like incessant jams forever where they just go on these jam tangents, which is why I don't do Fish. I don't care about the Grateful Dead for the most part. There's like some songs that I like that I can get down with, but like, good lord, they just like bore me to death. Seriously, it's so fucking
Yeah.
boring.
Well, there's the joke. It's like, what does a deadhead say when they run out of drugs?
What?
Man, this band sucks.
That's pretty funny. That's true. But no, my idea of like a good jammy band is Primus. Like I like Les Claypool jammy jams.
Well, you just like heavier stuff.
I do. I do.
So if it was just like heaviness the whole time, you'd be like, "Fucking this shit rocks." But
Yeah.
when it's like left in, falling apart, left in, falling apart, you're like, "All right,
Yep. Yep. I get lost with it. I don't know. I went to a couple Fish shows back in the day, just like for fun with some friends that were like, "Oh, we're going to Fish show," and I'm like, "Well, I don't care." And they're like, "It's not about the music; it's about the lot and all the nitrous and goo balls, ganja goo balls and shit." So I was down. I was into it. I went. I had fun. I bought tickets like twice, and then I was like, "I'm just gonna go hang out in the lot. I'm not even gonna buy a ticket to this fucking show because it is so
I've done
boring."
I've done that before."
I was even
It's
on
like
mushrooms, and I was like, "This is so boring."
that happened to me. That happened to me with Radiohead. I went to go see Radiohead, and
Really?
and
You
I,
were bored?
and I w- and I was on ecstasy, and I was bored to tears. Couldn't believe
No
it.
way. And you love Radiohead.
Yeah, they were just so boring. They were just like, "Bleh."
Shit.
It was like when
Really?
it was like when King of Limbs came out, and it was so boring. I was just like, I don't know.
Oh my
It just there
god.
was nothing hype about it. It was all just like this very like. That's what it sounded like the whole time.
Shit. Oh man, I saw them once at Coachella, and I thought it was pretty fun. They were right before Tool, actually,
Oh
so it
well,
was pretty
I've
cool.
seen them before and they were amazing. I saw them at Stone Mountain, um, before I met you, like when Amnesiac came out, and it was unbelievable. It was like one of the greatest shows of my life. But the show that I saw last time was not. And it was in a
Shit.
stadium. It made me feel like a little disconnected or something in a stadium. Stadium shows are weird to me. You're
That's
just kind
true.
of you're just kind of back there like, "Hi, I'm one of thousands of people who are here." There's no connection.
I know. I saw Tenacious D at a small venue, and it was the fucking shit. And then I saw them at Red Rocks, and Red Rocks is like known as one of the best venues in the whole fucking world. And I was like, yeah, I get to go see a show at Red Rocks, and it's the D, and it was kind of a bummer. I mean, they did a great job, but I was so fucking far away that I felt like it was not as fun. Like I wanted to be like rocking out in the crowd for Tenacious D, and I wasn't. It was kind of sad.
Well, I saw Tool at the Tabernacle, and then
That would have been awesome.
in 2000 when the day Lateralis came out, and
What?
yeah, that
Lucky.
was the greatest show of my life.
Oh
That's
man,
what,
that's awesome.
yeah,
Thank you
the
for
day.
subscribing. Somebody 109. Welcome.
Oh, nice with a
Thanks for
prime. You gotta
subscribing.
love that.
Appreciate you.
Gotta love that.
Well, speaking of
I went.
Radiohead, do you remember you were the one that actually got me into Radiohead? Because I didn't listen to him in high school,
I
and you
maybe
loved
so.
them.
I was a big proponent of Radiohead. So I think like if anybody came around, I'd be like, "Hey, excuse me, have you heard the good news?"
Yo, you got like mad one time. You were like, "What the fuck do you mean you don't listen to Radiohead?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just never listened to him. Like, it just wasn't the thing. Like, I was listening to like heavier shit. Like, I don't know, wasn't on the radar." And you were like, "Sit the fuck down right now. We're doing Radiohead
That actually is a
class or
good impression
whatever."
of that's a good impression of me. All right, motherfucker, everything's going down now. Sit down on that couch and listen to Radiohead.
But I'm glad that you did because I really loved them. I just didn't. I don't know. They just weren't as heavy as the shit that I was listening to at the time. So I thought it was kind of
I
like
I heard that
boring.
from a lot of people actually. There were people who were like, it's kind of good, but if they were just a little bit heavier, I'd be like really into it. But they do have, their music is heavy. There's a difference to me. There's a difference between like something can be really, really heavy, and then something can be like perceived as heavy, like just lots of distortion and like really thumping fast drums or something, where it's like, oh, that's heavy technically, but there's other parts of Radiohead songs that are very heavy musically.
It's true.
That don't have a lot of distortion. They aren't big rock drums and stuff like that, but it's like heavy. It feels like heavy. You're like, it's fucking heavy.
It's true. I mean,
Um,
even just Paranoid Android, like that shit rocks so fucking hard. It
so
really
hard,
does.
so hard.
I didn't
Uh,
really know. I don't know. We didn't have streaming music back then, so it was
mm.
hard to just like if I didn't have the actual CD, then
we just like carried CDs around in our pockets. They're all scratched up and
dude,
shit.
dude, yes, man. God, I still have so many CDs. I have so many CDs still, and I just don't have it in my heart to just let them go because it was such a important thing having your CD collection. And some of them are so scratched to fucking shit so hard too, but I just
They were the
don't have it
worst.
in my
Well,
heart.
you would get to know your own CDs because you knew exactly where they skipped.
Yes. Yeah, and I listen to shit streaming sometimes, and I'll like expect a skip or something. Oh man,
Yeah,
I totally do that.
yeah,
It's so
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
funny.
yeah. Because you would have your CD and you'd be like, oh, it skips on this one part. I was gonna fast forward through that part real quick.
Yes.
Uh,
You know what? It's weird. I burned a CD back in the day, and it was a Perfect Circle song. For some reason, I don't know why something was corrupted, and it cut the end of the song off. I have no
and
idea
so
why.
for you, that was the whole song.
Yeah, and now when I hear it, I'm like, this is so awesome. I get the whole song. I get the whole fucking song, dude.
Yeah, yeah, Slim Tony. Yeah, yeah. CDs in the Jinkos. You have a
Hmm.
whole mess of CDs just slipped up in the Jinkos. And you can fit as many CDs as you want, and they're all scratched up. They're not in any cases or anything. There's Homer and I used to just run around like, oh, we got a stack of CDs. What's up?
You know what sucks though is that there was some CDs that I had back in the day that are alternative recording versions of things that I
Hmm.
can't find on streaming sites. Do you remember? You might remember the 40 ounce to freedom Sublime CD that I had. That was like the rare pressing, which I didn't realize was rare. It was just the one I had since high school, and it had just a few different samples in the songs, and then that shit got scratched up, and I got another one, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? Why is this different? And I can't find those versions anywhere right now. It's very weird.
Huh. They gotta be
You know
somewhere.
the song "Let's Go Get Stoned."
Uh-huh.
In the original CD version that I had, there's a little sample, and it actually says "Let's go get stoned," and
Oh,
I
you know what
still
it
hear
was?
it every time. What?
Because they couldn't clear that sample with whoever they sampled it from. They couldn't clear it, so they had to repress it without that sample. I'm almost 100% certain.
Ah,
If it's like samples and shit that are missing, yeah, that's got to be what it
yeah.
is.
But I still hear it like that every time, like 20 fucking years later, and I'm irritated because I want that version, man. I want that version back. I need a pirate. I need an internet pirate to find it for me.
You're like, I want my version back, version back, version back.
But yeah, we bonded
Uh,
on music big time. We
mhm.
bonded super fast, and it was
And
so
then,
funny because we met at a hippie bar, at a jam band fucking bar.
well, I like jam bands too. Also, in addition to, I like all sorts of shit though. The only thing I don't like is Zydeco music. Shit sucks. And it was
Not
because we
not my
worked at that
favorite
bar. They have a Zydeco band come there and play like every Sunday, and I was just like, oh god, it's like assaulting my ears.
either. Yeah,
Um, so maybe I
that
do
was
like it, and I'm just biased, but that's what I definitely don't listen to. If somebody's like, listen to Zydeco, I'm like, no thanks.
yeah,
Pre-
good.
Appreciate it.
But
But
yeah,
that's
so I
about it.
don't know. It was kind of cool that how we met. For those that don't know, it was pretty neat. I was a cigarette girl. I was a Winston cigarette girl, and my job was to just go around to different bars and give cigarettes to people. And it was before they had the crazy new fandangly machines. There was just like a fucking clipboard,
Oh
and you
yeah,
just had to write your name and your birth date and get a signature from somebody and what kind of cigarettes that they smoked. So it
and
was
that's
like
it.
really easy to scam it. Really easy.
Oh yeah, that's before all the laws changed. Yeah.
It was so easy. So yeah, I went in and I'm like, "What's up, everybody? I'm the cigarette girl. Free cigarettes for everybody." And everybody was fucking stoked to see me, which was like the funnest job ever, because back in the day, a lot of smokers, and that shit's free. So
Oh yeah.
I'm like, "Hey, sit down," and I'm like, "Oh, you guys are fucking cool. It's you and Homer." And we sat down and just started chatting, and you're like, "Yo, let me get more of those cigarettes." And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it. Who do you want to be? You want John Smith or whatever?" Like, okay, just sign it differently or whatever. And you ended up getting like a carton of cigarettes, and you're like, "You're fucking awesome." And we
Yeah,
just
you gotta.
started chatting,
Yeah, I think that was it, huh? I mean, because you would just come. That was like one of your spots to hang out, and so we ended up hanging out. And then I ended up moving in with you.
which was awesome. Yeah, I was like stressed out. My
Yeah.
roommates last minute were like, "We got to move out in 2 weeks," and I was like, "Fuck you!" Like that really sucks because now I'm in a jam. And I was hanging out where I'm like, "Man, I'm in a fucking jam. My roommates are moving out. I don't know what I'm gonna do." And you're like, "I'll move in." And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
"Sick. Let's fucking do it." And you're
Dun
like, "Do you even
dun
want to see the
dun.
place?" And you're like, "No, whatever. I don't
No,
care." Like I have no
I was,
standards, so it's totally fine.
I had no standards. I was just looking to get out of the place that I was in at the moment, which worked out. Um,
It did.
but yeah, so all the entire crew, Dog and Homer and everybody, we all became camel guys after that. Like years later.
God, you guys made so much money doing that. Also, like
So much.
that was so much money for back in the day. Like $20 an hour. It's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was $18 an hour plus just like every free cigarette you could possibly ever. It was intense. It was insane. It was like
Which it worked out
but it
for
was
you
like
because you smoked Camel back then. I did not smoke fucking Winston's, and I got all these free Winstons, and I was like, "Bleh." So I would just give them away to people. You get a free carton every week, and I'd be like, "Take
you
these away."
smoked menthols.
I do, and they didn't have them
Yeah,
back then.
yeah.
Nope. So our
That's
freezer was just like filled with all of these cigarettes. Where I'm like, "Somebody take them, take these disgusting things away." You smoked those for a fucking minute during that time.
Yeah, and
That shit
and
was
so
free.
we were friends then, but then like I think it was after you started being like you thought my dog was like seeing ghosts, and then we started having conversations about that kind of stuff.
Well, it actually started before you moved in, where I was like, "Listen, I need to give you the disclaimer there's some weird shit happens wherever I live, and people that live with me see some weird shit. So before you move in, I just need to let you know that weird shit happens in places that I
What did I?
live.
What did I say?
And you're like, whatever. Like, okay, that's fine. It's not gonna bother me. And I'm like, no, but I'm serious. I'm just letting you know, weird shit happens. And right before you moved in, I was having like there was some weird shit, legit, that was going down. So I felt like I really had to,
Yeah.
out
Well,
of
you were doing
respect, let you know.
you were doing the best that you could with the information that you had, and I never experienced anything that you were talking about, so I was none the worse for the wear. Didn't have anything weird happen to me in that house at all, except for you were weird. But besides,
Hold on, let's use our
uh,
new weird emotes now in the chat. Yes, weird, weird, weird,
let's see
weird,
the new
weird.
emotes.
Do you see that shit? Look at it go. Weird.
Oh, nice. You got to put it. You got to put it in front of the cameras, huh? Should it go in front of the cameras?
Oh no, because we don't want it to distract from the people.
Oh, okay.
You know, thought it'd be cute
Gotta have
behind it.
gotta have it just go over our heads and stuff. You could just
And then
have
we got this
glasses
one.
that you could have like new glasses that appear on you.
Okay, that would be fun. You see the little nope clouds?
Uh huh.
That's great. And then we're gonna laugh about it with our alligator because we always talk about alligators on the stream. So we have laughing alligators. It's fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Yay! Yep. Yep. It's good
Love
shit.
it.
Yep. Yes. Yay! And then there's another one that has not been approved yet, but it is in the process of being approved. So that's good. But yeah, we have definitely come a long way, and you did not experience or weren't open to experiencing any of the things that were happening at the time.
No, I'm open to it. It just never did happen.
I'm
You don't
glaring.
think that you don't you don't think that I'm open to it, but I would actually prefer that the world was like that. But
Would you?
yeah, it'd be way cooler. To It'd be way cooler to know that like there's like fucking spirits and magic and all sorts of crazy shit, like comic book kind of shit. I'd love that kind of shit. Fantasy stuff,
But when
fiction,
I
you
met
know.
you, you were really into lucid dreaming and into astral projection.
Uh-huh.
And um, I thought that was really cool that you were open to those kind of things at that time. You actually opened my mind to a lot of those things that I didn't really know much or understand at the time.
Well, lucid dreaming is definitely very real. Um, at least I've experienced it. But I've experienced stuff younger and while on drugs that I considered some sort of projection. But looking back on it now, um, it doesn't seem like it.
But you have to at least accept the possibility that even though you were on drugs, that doesn't necessarily negate the experience. It could have opened your mind up to a different
Well, it doesn't.
view of reality.
I used to think that when I first started doing drugs, and then after doing lots and lots and lots of drugs, I started to be like, wait a minute, something's. I don't know if this is as spiritual as it is just me getting really, really high.
I mean, that's fair, but being able to see yourself from an alternative perspective, like I have literally never been high enough where I've had any kind of situation like that.
Oh, I have,
Ever.
but you get. Here's the thing, though. Your mind is capable of doing that in dreams and all sorts of stuff. You could see all sorts of stuff as if it's just right in front of you. So your brain is capable of creating a subjective world where you do all sorts of stuff, and even creating memories of things um, that aren't necessarily objectively there, but they are subjectively there, as in you experienced it. Though, if somebody else were watching you, you wouldn't be they wouldn't be able to see anything. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not happening in like the objective world. But that doesn't mean you can't. A dream is still a dream. Like you still experienced. Like if you go into a dream and you hurt yourself and you feel pain, like the pain still exists. You're still experiencing something subjectively, but it's not actually happening in like the shared world.
Okay, I
Does
can
that
see
make
that. But
See what I'm
as
saying?
far as yes, But I think with dreams, that's definitely a more wishy washy thing. But as far as like projection, astral projection, I feel like that's harder to dismiss if you're actually experiencing something from a completely different perspective.
You do it in dreams all the time, though. You go to all sorts of places and see stuff, and look. I've looked down upon myself in dreams and
Right, but if
seen
you're not
stuff.
asleep, that's the thing. If you're not asleep, if
It
you
doesn't
are
matter.
actually like consciously present.
The brain's capable of doing that. In other words, is what I'm saying. Regardless, like if it can happen while you're asleep, then it can happen um, anytime. Technically, whether it's on drugs or people who experience some sort of transcendental experience. Oh, sleep paralysis. Yeah, that's definitely a real thing. I've definitely blurred the lines between when I was younger. There was times when I would wake up and still technically be in a dream, even though it was kind of like virtual reality or like augmented reality, where I would see something in my room for just a few seconds, um, and then I would like fully wake up and it wouldn't be there anymore, kind of thing. And that's definitely like a blurred line um, between the shared the shared reality, the objective reality, and the subjective reality.
At that time, did you question that those things were actually uh, present in your room?
At the exact in the moment that it was happening, yes, but then immediately afterward, no.
Okay.
Like at the moment, it seemed very real, and then immediately afterwards, I was like, well, obviously that wasn't real, because now there's nothing to that can affect me. I mean, there's nothing happening. There's no signs of it. There's not like a footprint or anything. You know what I'm saying? There's no like. Uh, I think the answer in my brain was like, well, you obviously had some sort of like hallucination involving like what you were seeing in your dream that carried over into.
That's definitely very possible.
Well, it seems like to me, it seems so so much more possible than any other thing that I could think of. Because I would have to
Oh,
alter my entire view of reality in order to like make that be real. You know what I'm saying? I'd have to like overthrow a whole network of beliefs in order to incorporate that into my belief system. Whereas like saying it was just a dream in between is like completely consistent with it.
yeah, that's definitely the easier path to just be like, nah, it was just this, rather than open up a whole can of worms and actually dig around in those other
There's no
potential realms.
there was nothing to dig. There was nothing to dig about it. There was nowhere to go with it. I
Because there's
experimented
not
with
any like specific answers, I guess, that you're going to get by
well,
opening
certainly
those boxes.
not only are there I don't know what boxes would I like let's say what would you recommend I do after having an experience like that?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe try to focus on it and try to
I did. I mean,
open yourself to
I got
that.
I got into meditation. I got into trying to do astral projection type of stuff. I got into drugs very heavily. Got into lucid dreaming very heavily. And so yeah, I don't feel like I was just like letting things go. Okay, so we need to question is sleep paralysis is well, Sammy, you've had sleep paralysis before,
I've had it a
even
couple
though
times. Thank goodness, not very many, but I have had it. So it's basically where you are asleep and you wake up and your mind is awake and aware of your surroundings, but your body is paralyzed and you can't physically move your body. Some people experience seeing things in the room, in the physical space with them. A lot of people have been said to see like shadowy figures around the bed. Some people have seen alien type looking creatures, what have you. Some people are just paralyzed and don't see anything, but it's actually
yeah, I mean,
extremely scary as fuck.
well, I think that's what happened to me. Um, but I didn't have any. My world didn't include like evil dark spirits or aliens or anything like that. So I didn't have the like fear of it. That I actually saw people, small people, but like normal proportion
Like
type
midgets?
human type people. No, like average proportion type human people, very monochromatic
Okay.
color, um, but nothing that was recognizable as uh, anything other than like a figment of my imagination. But in other words, I didn't think it was some kind of spirit. I didn't think it was an alien. I didn't think that it was like anything bad. I was just like, what is this? And and then when it was over, I was like, oh, weird.
So
And then
Dusty had a really, really bizarre experience back when we lived in San Diego that I will share. Um, he's had sleep paralysis a few times throughout his life, so it's not something that happens on a regular. But weirdly
mhm.
enough, we got home from a movie or dinner or something like that, and I don't know, we both just felt kind of off, like something just felt kind of off in the house. And I do not ever have like insomnia. I'm up forever, but I don't have like a hard time necessarily falling asleep when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. And me and Dusty went to bed. I was working mornings at that point, which was horrible, so I had to make myself go to bed. And we're laying there in bed, and I swear it was like 2 fucking hours. I was just laying there and could not fall asleep and just felt like unsettled, but I didn't know specifically what it was. But I was just like laying there completely wide awake. I thought Dusty was totally asleep. He didn't realize I was awake. I didn't realize he was awake. We're just laying there. And all of a sudden, he starts twitching really weird and starts making this like and just starts fucking twitching. And for half a second, I thought he was having a fucking seizure. It was like, it really freaked me out. And because I was just completely awake, I just heard him twitching and like struggling. So I grabbed him by the shoulder and was like, hey, wake up. And he wakes up and just like gasps for air. And I have known this man for 13 fucking years, and I have never ever seen him scared. Not like this ever. He immediately like latched onto me and almost started fucking crying. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck happened, dude? Like, what the fuck? He's like, I don't know. I've just been laying here for like hours. I couldn't fall asleep, which is really bizarre for him as well. He's like, I couldn't fall asleep. And I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, he felt himself get fucking paralyzed. And he sees his eyes were open. He was just laying there on his side. His eyes were open, and he saw like the traditional like gray alien shapes walking towards him while he's laying in the fucking bed and couldn't move. And there was a hand was reaching out to his fucking face, which is when he started like fucking twitching, and he was trying to call my name, which is why the S is the only thing that came out. He was trying to say my fucking name, and right before this fucking hand touches his face is when I woke him up. And he was fucking horrified. He's like, I was not asleep. Like, I was laying here completely awake. And I was like,
there,
that's weird because I was laying here completely awake too, which is
there's
weird.
people that suffer from that on a consistent. So I know I have a friend named Matt Donald who was in this band Winter Ransom, and he actually played drums. He actually filled in for Dog in a Risky Biscuit gig a few years ago, and he has almost consistent sleep paralysis with like the same image of like a super evil woman, like maybe I don't know, he didn't, I forget like how he described it, but like an evil presence kind of thing that he like wakes up to like almost daily.
That's fucking horrible.
Yeah,
That makes me
he
think of the
it would
documentary The Nightmare, where people experience like horrific, horrible, terrible fucking things in their sleep paralysis. It's the worst documentary I've ever
like
seen. It's horrible.
yeah, he doesn't, and it's not something where he's like dreaming about, like he is like he becomes conscious and then starts to like experiencing that like in the room where he's at. So it's like it's like a extreme case of sleep paralysis and mixed with like a reoccurring dream. It's like, well, you're fucked. You know, he's like, it was enough that like I hadn't talked to him in depth in a while, and he brought it up very quickly and was like, "This is what I'm dealing with in my life," kind of thing.
Well, fuck, if it's like all the time, I can see how that
Yeah, it's like all
can
the time
cause
for
a
him.
lot of stress. Which
I've,
personally, I do think that it is very possible that not all of these cases of sleep paralysis are just a matter of the dream world blending with our reality. I really do believe that there is potential for there to be other things crossing over and
well,
being
that
able
is
to in
well,
between see
well,
these things.
that's definitely scary to think about, and I'm glad that I don't think that because that would mean that what these people are feeling is something that is actually legitimate and it's not something that they're actually going to be able to work through as far as like a um mental thing.
Agreed. Agreed. No, it's absolutely fucking
Yeah,
horrible
so
and
the good news
terrifying.
is is that I think there are treatments for it. Um and stuff does seem to work, and oftentimes it's like most things that happen like that mentally, like a response to trauma or something like that that pops up. So thankfully, you know, hey, look, the axe holes are here.
Oh, what up? What up,
Hey,
sleaze? What's up, Raid? Hell yeah.
are we doing a
Welcome,
manual
dudes.
raid? I like that. Let's go.
It's a
Manual
manual
raid.
raid. I love it. I'm happy to have you guys. Welcome. This is Inspired by Mystery Podcast, and this is me,
L-
Sammy Soros, and I have Justin Molinix, the solar
let's really
skeptic philosopher, with
let's
me.
really go. Let's
I'm
really
happy to have
go.
you. I hope your stream was awesome. Access. I hope it was the
No, it was
coolest.
I would have been over there, but I actually think Biscuit needs to go outside. He's whining at me. Let me go let him out real quick, and
Okay.
we will get back to the dreaming.
Right after the raid, man. Come on. Terrible, terrible timing. But yeah, I don't know. Just to expand on what we were talking about, just so all you new folks, we were discussing sleep paralysis and lucid dreams, and basically what that means to experience seeing things in a paralyzed state. So waking up and actually seeing figures in the room with you. And a lot of people have experienced this. Oh, Nuckin, thank you for gifting those 5 subs. You are the sweetest. I'm happy you're here, Nuckin. Thank you, my friend. Well, welcome all the new people that have subs now. Now you have little tiny ghosts next to your name. We have brand new subscriber icons right now. We have different colors depending on how long you've subscribed. And we also have new emotes. We just made some emotes. So definitely go ahead and check those out. Thank you so much. That was really sweet of you to gift those subs. I really appreciate it, Nuckin. Cool. You've been lurking while you're driving. Good. I love how you lurk and drive all the time. That's your jam. But yeah, so we're talking about sleep paralysis, and it's a really frightening thing. And I do agree with Justin that it would be a lot less terrifying to believe that it is just a figment of our minds meshing in between the sleeping realm and our waking realm. It's definitely less scary to think that this is just a figment of our minds, but because I do personally believe in alternative realms. I think that via sleep paralysis, there could be a way to kind of, I don't know, have some kind of crossover there. Because I have had a lot of dreams in my day, and I have had scary dreams. I've had some, you know, prophetic dreams or whatever, but I have had a lot of experiences in my sleep that I truly feel were, I don't know, interdimensional is the best way for me to be able to explain what it feels like. And I've encountered what I perceived as some pretty dark shit in these dream worlds. So having that feeling that it's kind of hard to explain the difference between what it feels like to be in just a scary dream and what it feels like to be in the presence of some really fucked up shit. I would not be surprised if there was some kind of overlapping between the dream state and the waking state where these things can kind of sneak in.
Mhm. And I would
So,
like to assure you that if you are feeling this, it's probably solvable and it's not an actual evil spirit attacking you.
well, thanks.
From
I
my
feel so much better now.
just in case you were wondering, if you ever trusted me on anything.
Oh, hi, Mighty Quill.
Hey,
Hi,
Quill.
Quill. I'm glad you're here. Oh, and Empress Jody is here too. Fucking awesome. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Jody. This is such a nice
Sli-
little party. It's a little chat party right now.
Slim, I'm the resident skeptic, so I'm here to just reassure you.
Yeah, solo skeptic indeed.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's
I'm
good
here
because
to
we keep each other in check.
yeah. Well, we were talking about it before. When we lived together, Sammy had warned me that some things could happen, some strange things were going down at the Circle K, and I was like, oh, it's all good, whatever. And then literally nothing ever happened to me, so I'm good. I'm always just like, funny thing about them ghosts is like, you don't believe in them, they rarely ever do anything to you.
But as we've talked about before, there was a situation that I was definitely intrigued about that seemed questionable at the
Hmm.
very least, and you just completely dismissed it and didn't even entertain the possibility in that moment that it was something spooky at all.
Correct.
But by you saying nothing ever happened, that just means that something potentially happened that you dismissed immediately. Immediately dismissed it. I don't even think you were open to the possibility that maybe this was actually a thing. I think you were just so
I'm
quick
all
to
well.
dismiss shit.
Well, you would think that because I dismiss it, but realistically, but but realistically, like if there was anything that I could be shown, I would be like, oh, okay, well, there's something I can work with something now. Like, just show me how it affects my life. I don't even need scientific proof. I just need like anything, literally anything. Just show it to me in any way you want. Just show it, have it affect my life in any way, and I'll be like, okay, there's something here. So far, that hasn't happened. So, don't even need scientific proof. Don't even need to be in a lab. Just anything. Just a drawing in crayon.
But
If you could just have a diagram and you can't just show me the movie Ghostbusters and tell me it's a documentary. I've got to fucking
come on, man. Come on,
I'll tell you
man.
I'll tell you what, as far as sleeping drugs though, I do take 5 milligrams of melatonin if I have to go to sleep. Uh because I do suffer from insomnia, and that shit fucking works. I had
Really?
that stuff will, oh my god, it's like taking a fucking drug. You're like, oh, I'm so tired. It's like fucking, and it's really just like the fucking shit that your brain releases to let you know it's time to go to sleep. The melatonin fucking I mean, like, you can fight it and it won't work if you fight through the time, but if you eat it and go with it, you're going to sleep. It's for real.
Does it affect your dreams in any kind of way?
Not that I know of.
It's weird. My mom had like horrible nightmares on melatonin.
Really?
Horrible. Yes, like really bad. And she brought it up to my brother because my brother was the one that recommended it. And he was saying my nephew also has the same thing. He would take melatonin and it gave him like really super fucked up nightmares. So that's cool that it doesn't have that effect on you.
No, it doesn't have that effect on me. I noticed that if I do if you smoke weed on a consistent basis and then you quit smoking weed, extremely vivid dreams.
I would
Like
agree with you on that because years
like
went by where I wasn't remembering a lot of dreams because I was smoking so much weed and then the
whew,
shit was like
I,
boom as soon as I
I
stopped. Jesus.
I would talk to Logan. I would talk to Logan about it, and he'd be like, Logan's like, I hardly ever have dreams. I hardly ever remember my dreams. And he just smokes mad weed all the time. But I go through periods where I won't smoke weed, and for those like the first like 2 weeks, I wake up like, holy shit, that was intense. And then they kind of settle back down. I think you just kind of get used to it. But basically, like smoking weed and drinking and shit just fucks with your REM sleep. So that's all it is. It's just fucking with your REM sleep.
What are some notable dreams that you have that you can remember? Share some of your fun dreams if you want to. Have you had very detailed dreams?
Yeah, I mean, I I have this. So there's like a couple things. So like one of the things that like it's gonna sound terrible. One of the things that makes me like really uncomfortable is somebody like if somebody finds out that I'm in music and they're like, "Can I rap at you?" Basically, they're like, "Can I rap at you?" And I have to be like, "Oh, please don't." I feel kind of the same way when somebody's like, "Let me tell you about this dream I had,"
Really?
because it's always so nonsensical, and they're like, "But I was like at my grandmother's house, but I wasn't there, and but it was like really there was like the living room, but like it wasn't there. But then like this other guy came in, and he was like, Gary Busey, but it wasn't him, then we were like, and then we were like, and then by the end of it, in their brain, they're starting to go, "Oh God, this doesn't fucking make any sense," and you're like, how much more is there to this dream? Like, because the person's there like trying to make sense of the dream, and in their dream, like, oh, it all makes sense. Listen, it's like a story. It's like I wrote a novel in my dream, and then they start to explain it. They're like, oh God, that's a fucking terrible story.
But sometimes there's some really cool dream stories. Like I've had some that I consider like really interesting, and I love hearing other people's dream stories too because sometimes there's some really cool shit that ends up happening.
I've had tons of cool shit happen, and like flying everywhere and doing all sorts of crazy, weird magic shit, and especially with like lucid dreaming. But lucid dreaming is actually almost like really like it's almost like you've returned back into real life because you're just like doing normal things. You're like, I'm dreaming, interesting, and it's like all of a sudden like all you're trying to do is like not wake up, like when you become lucid, because the first thing that happens when you start the lucid dream is like you might get lucid once or twice, but then you like wake up immediately,
Yeah.
and so you try to work at like not waking up immediately, basically. Biscuit, you gotta go, go, go.
Man, I remember um, back in the day when we were talking a whole bunch about lucid dreaming and you were trying to like get me pumped for it and explaining how to do it and I'd never been able to do it before. I remember there was one time I was dreaming that it was Halloween time and I was in some grocery store or something like that and I got caught stealing like a Halloween decoration or something like that. And you called me and woke me up and you're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm having this dream. I just got kicked out because I stole shit from the store." And you're like, "Go back to the store. Go back in. Hang up with me right now and go back in." And I was like, "I don't know if I can." And you're like, "Do it." And I fucking did. And that was the
Uh
first
huh.
time that I was able to actually control me going back into a dream. And I was fully lucid when I came back in. And it was awesome.
So what's really cool is you can do that. The best time to try and lucid dream is is right after you wake up from sleeping, and then you're kind of like rested, but you can go back to sleep. Like you like going back to sleep, because then you can be like, oh, I'm tired, I'm gonna go back to sleep quickly, and I'm gonna reach that state quickly, and you can kind of like guide yourself back into it. It's like easier to lucid dream then. That's why like you can like fall asleep for 15 minutes and have a dream that seems like it was 10 hours long or some shit. You wake up like,
Yeah,
whoo,
for sure.
how long has it been? There's no the obviously nothing's time isn't happening in a linear fashion anymore
It's true.
inside your dream. So you can experience like however long you want to experience with it. It's pretty
Super
interesting.
true.
But so in other words, like I can think of like dreams that I've had, but I just know that as soon as I start explaining them, I'm gonna be like, then like it was my aunt's house, and I was like 8, but then I was like 50, and then she turned into somebody else. Like when I turned around, I was all of a sudden talking to my ex girlfriend, and then I
Well,
mean
have you had
that's
any
like
like scary dreams though? Have you had anything that you could think
yeah,
of
I've
specifically
had
that was like super scary?
yeah, I've had all sorts of like scary horror dreams of like it's usually like it's usually nothing supernatural. It's usually always very like kind of real scary stuff.
Like
You know what
what?
I'm
Tell me
saying?
what's the most like brutal or spooky or like I
It
don't know,
usually
crazy shit that you've seen visually in your dream.
I mean, usually it'll be more like I'm more involved in like a psychological thriller in my dreams than I am like like a slasher film. Like I could be like
Oh,
being
that's
chased,
nice.
or I
Lucky.
find or I find myself in a situation. Like I'll find myself like all of a sudden the dream will start and I'll already be in a situation and I'll have memories of something that has happened, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm in this situation, and it's like a really bad situation, like I've accidentally killed somebody, or the person I'm with killed somebody, or has done something awful, and I'm like they're dealing with it. It's like that kind of shit. It's like really
Okay.
bad psychological, like oh shit, I am fucked right now kind of thing. It's like the
Okay.
opposite of finding a bag of money. But I don't run into. um, yeah,
That
so
sucks. It's stressful for sure.
I've definitely woken up with like, oh god, I've definitely woken up like I don't want to go back to sleep because like I might go back into that dream,
I know
and I
I've
don't
had
want to
that
do it.
happen quite a bit where I'm like, oh no, like I gotta stay up for a little bit because that was fucked up. One of the
That happens
craziest
to
like
that.
visual experiences that I had as far as a dream. Oh god, this was fucking gross. It was when I was living in San Diego and I was walking down the street in Ocean Beach and there was like a dump truck was coming down the road and it went around the corner too fast and the dump truck tipped over and it was filled with severed limbs, with legs and arms, and there was just piles of legs and arms like strewn about the road with just blood and guts. There was no heads and no torsos, which I thought was weird because I was like, where'd all the heads and torsos go? Like, this is weird. Like, why is it just a bunch of limbs? Where'd all the limbs come from? But it was like so visually fucking disturbing where I woke up and I was like, oh God, that's fucking gross. Like, that was gross.
Yeah,
Why did I fucking see that in my
but
dream? That was
but
not good.
in your reality, like you could actually like a dream could be like a portal to another like dimension kind of thing too.
Yeah. In some cases, not in all cases, but in some, I do believe yes.
How how would you differentiate between the cases that are and aren't?
It's a good question. It is a feeling that is indescribable
How
with
convenient.
words. I'm
How
serious though. I'm,
convenient.
I'm serious. I've had a lot of really fucked up visuals in dreams, but I'm like, okay, I recognize that even though this is scary or fucked up or dark or whatever, that it
Uh-huh.
is a dream. But I have had circumstances where I feel like some of it is so fucking detailed. I feel like I have been brought into something else's reality. And the feeling of encountering things is very different when I'm just having a spooky dream and then having what I consider like an actual encounter. And I have woken up from some of these, what I would consider an interdimensional experience. I've woken up still feeling that feeling that is like carrying over into my waking life. And there's been times where it has stuck around for like quite a long time after me waking up where I don't feel like I'm fully back. I don't feel like I'm
What's
fully present back in myself. Part of me is elsewhere. It's
have you ever had a sex dream about somebody and then like ran into him the next day?
no.
That's awkward. That happened to
But
me
I
in high
have had
school.
I've
I had
had
a
some
sex dream
dreams
about this.
though.
I had a
Go
sex dream
ahead.
about this girl in high school, and then the next day I like went to school and like saw her and was like, oh hi, as if she, I'm like, oh god, I like couldn't look her in the eye and shit. So is that the same type of feeling that maybe you're describing?
Nope, not even close.
Because that was a
Not
very
even fucking close.
that was a very real moment for me.
That is pretty funny though. You're like, oh, oh,
Oh hi,
awkward.
it's good to see you again. Um,
I did have a friend of mine at one point back in the fucking day was like, "Hey, you were in my dream last night," and I was like, "Oh yeah, what was I doing in the dream?" And he was just like, "It was a really good dream," and I was like, "Ooh,
cool. You can keep that to
Really?
yourself. Thank
That's
you.
cool. That's cool. No, it was actually awesome. I was like, that's awesome. I was in
No,
somebody's sex dream. That's fucking cool, dude.
yeah, no, I'm
That
cool
was,
with it. I'm good with it. I got no problem. I mean, you can't help who you have your sex dreams with. You're not
and
in there
then
controlling it.
no, but it was cool because me and him actually hooked up after that fact, and I was like, I'm like your dream woman. And he's like, dude, literally, it's awesome. So I was like, I hope it lived up to the hype in real life. I don't know. I can't really say, but I'm hoping that I did myself justice. I guess in that moment.
Yeah,
But that was
maybe
long,
so.
long,
You
long
you
ago, many moons
you
ago.
had you had something to live up to. You know, you knew that in a way there'd already
I
been a
know.
one-sided banging going on,
I
and
know. I'm
so
like, dude, the pressure's on. I gotta
so
perform.
you were like, I gotta set the record straight.
Yes. Oh, it was good times. Good
uh,
times. Oh,
yeah.
but
What do you got?
yeah,
So
good.
yeah, it's yeah, I guess yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've had weird feelings like after I've woken up about some experience I had while dreaming or anything, but I guess if it's just not in your worldview to even think that like that's a thing, because you got to think about like
Thanks,
it's one of the things
Mickey.
like it's one of those things where like a skeptic will be like, well, that's great for you, but like, why should anybody else believe you about that ever? Because anybody else
I
could
know.
say the same exact thing, and they could have something that is in direct opposition to what you believe, and they could be like, um, you know, well, Krishna appeared to me, and turns out that Hinduism is real and all those gods exist, and blah 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 blah. And they would just have the same amount of feeling and evidence as you do, and you two would just be like,
No,
and
I
and,
totally
and once
understand.
and once again, one of you is definitely wrong, but both of you are probably wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one of those things where it's like, so to a skeptic, you're just pretty much like, well, I mean, I could have a feeling like that might be so overwhelming to me that I would be forced to believe it, but I would never, but I couldn't expect anybody else to entertain it at all, and not even to the point of being like, except for like, I believe that you believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then that's the end of it. There's like nothing beyond that.
I
And
know
once
there's no way to prove something that in which cannot be proven that we experience within ourselves. That is very true.
right, well, there's things that you can. I think there's things that are enough of a shared experience that when you say, when you stub your toe, and you're like, and you experience pain when you stub your toe. If somebody else stubs their toe and they feel pain and they say, I'm in pain, you go, I believe that you are in pain, even though you can't prove they're in pain. That they're just having a subjective
True.
experience of it. Um, you do still believe them because there is some aspect that is shared, and there's not two things that are mutually exclusive happening there. Um, so, and I think it has to do with like, you know, like how big the claim is too. Like, okay, well, we know that people feel pain, but like, we don't know that alternate dimensions exist. And so to make a claim of like, I had a dream and I had a weird feeling afterwards, therefore alternate dimensions may exist, is like, okay, well, that's a big claim. That's like being like, I drove to the store to get some milk, and you're like, oh, well, okay, that seems reasonable. Maybe they're lying, but it seems like a reasonable. I know that everything. I know you can drive to a store, and I know they sell milk, and so you could just change one element in that and be like, I rode a magic carpet to the store to get milk, and you'd be like, I'm gonna need a little bit more to go on.
I
Uh,
know. I feel
you know,
you.
you just get to be like, there's got to be someone else, and you can be like, hey, can't prove it to you, bro. It's just a feeling, I did it, and you got to be like, well, okay, but really, you can be like, oh, okay, but really, in your mind, you're like, no, you fucking didn't, dude. And
Okay,
that's the fact. You
something
you know how
outrageous like that. That makes
right,
sense.
but a flying carpet is less outrageous than alternate dimensions where evil spirits invade your dreams.
I disagree. Wholeheartedly.
No, I mean
I disagree
we know
wholeheartedly.
we know that things can fly. We have flying machines, and we know that carpets exist. So it's not physically impossible to have a flying
Justin.
carpet of sorts,
Justin.
right?
No, that defies the laws of physics as we know it at this
No, you would have
present
to have
time.
something. It would have to be a special carpet, obviously. There would have to be something about it. But I mean, I'm saying it's less. There's less to believe because you'd be like, well, I had this thing hooked up to it, and it is a carpet, but really there's something underneath it that's like a hover thing, and and maybe they could explain it, and you'd be like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. It's not like fucking Aladdin's carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like you remove the magic out of it, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I totally believe you now. But as long as there's like that magic in it, you're like, right, sure you did. Please don't stab me.
I do not think that that is more believable than interdimensional uh, encounters. And are you eating more
But
Ricola right
why?
now? What are you doing? Are you eating more
Yeah,
Ricola?
am I allowed
You
to?
just start crunching? No, you can. I just didn't know if
You
you're
want
just
me
gonna
to?
start crunching in the microphone.
I'll crunch if I want to. You can crunch if you wanna. You can leave your friends behind because if your friends see ghosts, they don't see ghosts. Wait, uh, no. Certainly, there are things though that like you would hear somebody say that would be like, you know, there's a point where it becomes unbelievable to you. There's religions and stuff that you don't believe in that if somebody were to come up and make a claim about it, you would dismiss essentially outright.
Agreed. Because I personally, I see that if people were born into this world and had no um, religious teachings, they wouldn't have this as part of their reality.
That's the same with you though.
But some of this shit was happening from when I was a kid when I had no explanation about any of this kind of stuff. It was stuff that I just experienced
But
personally.
we're still products of our culture. Like these things still exist in our culture. You can't escape things you see on TV and stories that are read to you, and you can't escape all these things even from a super young age before you even remember what's going on. So you're certainly influenced by your culture. It's just like people like before there were like alien encounters. It was all like vampires and succubus and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because in the culture, it wasn't aliens from a spacecraft that were coming down. And so the people would be like, "Oh, it's a vampire or it's a succubus or whatever." Like that's what they would see, or that's what they would experience. Because it's just it's something's in your brain up there that's like. Oh, I want to preface this by saying this is my train of thought. I'm not stating this is absolute fact, but this is this is how my brain works. Like it makes sense that people like experience this kind of stuff, but I think it's overwhelmingly in the context of like their culture.
A lot of times, yes. Yeah,
Like overwhelmingly.
sure.
Not just like a lot of time, not 51%. Like overwhelmingly.
Yeah,
Like if
which is
you
why I feel like, people have near death experiences and they see Jesus or Krishna or whatever. I think that that's because it's integrated as part of their belief system. So therefore, they are attributing this to something specific to
Mhm.
them a lot of times.
Right. Right.
Even people that don't believe in it necessarily, everybody still knows that Jesus exists or whatever. So that does make sense that that would,
It would happen.
pop
If it's
in.
part of your culture, that's like the kind of like what it's like your brains go to. Our brains are optimized for quick belief to make quick decisions with the data that it has, and they're more apt to add agency to something because it makes more sense to do that. You might as well believe that the rustling in the bush is a tiger instead of the wind because on the off chance that it is a tiger, it's usually the wind, but you have to think that maybe there's a tiger in there that's going to fucking eat you, so you might as well steer clear of it. So it's beneficial to have the belief And so
Sure.
our brains are evolutionarily designed to be like agency, thunder. There's somebody up there making that happen. These aren't, like you got to think something's after you, basically. And so you're trying to like, you
It's
know,
just human instinct on survival. Like, what's the
hmm
best way to avoid disaster and survive things is to assume the worst a lot of times, to be on edge, which is why I think a lot of people have anxiety really bad because
uh
everything
huh,
is a threat right now, you know? People are perceiving
yeah.
things as a threat that aren't
I mean, it
even
makes sense.
necessarily
It's the
threats.
same thing. It's the same reason, like conspiracy theories are believed. It's definitely like a we don't have brains that like are settled with just not knowing what's going on. We hate that shit. We just hate it. Our brains like it's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. The unknown is like the existential nightmare, like the scary thing, the great unknown. What's gonna happen tomorrow? What's this? It's all that's what's scary about shit. And it's
For
really
a
what
lot of
the
people, it is. It does make people feel very unsettled not having any kind of answers
yeah
on
that's kind of like
how it
a
works.
very shared experience for most people, like not knowing what's gonna happen, not just in the big picture, but like tomorrow. Like people get paralyzed by fear, but like being like they don't want to get on a plane because they're afraid that it's gonna like crash, even though the statistics are like pretty good that it's not gonna crash, you know. But there's still a fear of the unknown. They're like, I'm in the fucking air, I don't fucking know. And so their brain is like, don't do it. There's a
Yeah.
bunch of fear going on. That's
No,
pretty.
that's, that
Once
makes
again,
sense.
it's pretty natural, very natural.
But, in my case, I don't feel fear of the unknown. I am
You're
inspired
inspired by
by the
mystery.
mystery. It's true. It's
hmm
true. I find it more fearful personally to have all the answers laid out and for for there to be no reason to dig around and to keep your options open. Like that seems limiting and that makes me feel freaked out in general. So I
I,
love the fact of not knowing. Of course, I who wouldn't want to know all the answers to the
what,
universe? Of
which
course I'd
which is
like to.
strange because I feel the same way, but I've taken a completely different approach. Not only do I am okay with like I like just it's not the unknown that I love, it's the idea that there's more to discover that I love.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so I don't actually like the not knowing part. You know what I'm saying? I just like that I still have room to grow, and that's cool. I mean, it's just I guess it's like the one thing you can hang on to, and kind of like the silver lining of 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 that whole thing of just like having that belief, like not knowing or knowing, and you're sitting there like, well, it's scary, but there's more stuff to learn, and that'll be really exciting when I get there. It's just kind of like you're stuck in this position. It's like all you have to like kind of settle yourself with,
Yeah.
and
Well,
that's
that's
cool.
cool because we agree on that. That we
Well,
like
well,
the not knowing because it
well,
opens up
kind
more
of because
opportunities.
it's our reaction to it. I think that's a little bit different because I want to know stuff, but I don't want to believe false stuff. So I have like a really heavy filter on what can pass through.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So like,
But I
but
also agree. I don't want to believe in false stuff either. Of course.
right, right. So you have to have some like epistemological grounding. You have to have like some method that you run stuff through to decide what you actually do believe and what you don't believe.
Agreed.
And if that method that you have allows you to accept all sorts of stuff that don't work together, then you're like, it's not a very good method. If it just leaves the possibilities completely open, then you might as well have no filter at all.
I definitely make sure that I am not jumping to conclusions on things. I don't want to just jump to conclusions because I think it sounds cool or fun or because it aligns with something that I want to believe. So I definitely have the filter there, but I am more open to the metaphysical possibilities of the universe than you personally are, and that's okay.
I don't think you are. I think I'm just as open to it. I would just need anything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But that's the thing. I have experienced the anything. I have personally have many experiences with the
but
show me anything. You
but as
know,
we've
I feel
talked
like I've
about,
had it.
as we've talked about, I've had experiences very similar to that, just interpreted differently.
Interpreted.
Interpreted. My interpretation's crazy, but interpreted differently, like on the back end. You know, like if you had seen some people on your bedside table from waking up from a dream, you might be like, this could be an alternate dimension that I've stumbled into. Whereas that's just not something that would, I'm like, I would need much more than me waking up to a couple people fucking disappearing 10 seconds later to like open up the possibility of interdimensional.
I totally understand, and I understand why you have the kind of filter that you do. It completely makes sense to me. But I do feel like
How does it make sense to you?
you
Like, in what way? Like, why do you think that, like, why do you think it makes sense for me to feel that way?
because I understand you needing to have some kind of more substantial experience in order for you to bust open your entire worldview and start digging through and having to change all of it. Like you said before, you would have to dismantle the entire belief system that you have and change everything. So it's a lot easier to see something, and even if it might be questionable in nature, it's a lot easier to just dismiss it and move along. So I understand why, for you, you feel that your filter is so much more intact, because if you let these possibilities sneak in, then you have to open up Pandora's box.
Well, I started with wanting those things to be true from a young age. You know what I'm saying? I started with, oh, so I, and you know me, I, I dig deep into something. You know what I'm saying? Like when I fucking set on my mind on something, I'm fucking in it. So I didn't just like kind of be like, oh, blah, 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 and then one day be like, well, I guess I'll set my standards really high. I wanted all this stuff to be true. I was really into like mythology and comic books and spiritual stuff, and I was into Buddhism and stuff early in high school, and I wanted all this stuff to be true. And so I just kept like reading more about it and reading philosophers and reading experts on it and getting into physics and even like the weird terrible physics like holographic universe and stuff like that, where it's like just weird interpretations of quantum physics.
Terrible physics.
Well, it is terrible, but it is terrible when you go to talk to like physics people who do I was about to say physicians, physicians, um, physicists.
I
When you
remember when
talk,
you were into that shit back in the day. I remember
I'm,
you speaking very highly of that book,
right,
actually.
right. So I don't consider myself less open. It's just I dug deep and looked for anything that could show me that that stuff was real. And the more I looked into it, the more I was like, nah, it's not. It's not, because if I accepted that, then I'd have to accept this and this and this and this, because that's how open I would have to be in order to accept everything like that. And so it opens up. I might as well believe nothing and everything all at once, because it just becomes almost no filter. But you
Why
do
does it
have a
have to
filter.
be all or nothing, though? Why
But
does it
but
have
you
to
do
be?
but I would contend that you have a filter almost like that of sorts, because once again, you're not you're not giving the same credence to American evangelical Christianity, you know, because there's just as much chance that the evangelical Christian God, to me, is as real as an interdimensional evil spirit that's attacking me in my dreams, because they both have the same amount of evidence behind them, which is just other people being like, I really believe this.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's the only thing that could be presented about it. There's nothing else to it. And so I have to be like, I mean, I might believe this one more because I actually trust Sammy more than you, but that's the only reason. You know what I'm saying? It's not on its own merit at that point.
No, I just believe that you don't have to believe in everything to be open to certain
If you
concepts.
if you want to be consistent, you do. So if I was to get into a conversation, uh, the same thing that I would use to disprove, show why I think evangelical Christianity is wrong, or not wrong morally, which it may be, but incorrect metaphysically. I would use the same thing to show that I believe your viewpoint is incorrect metaphysically, and that's just literally a lack of any um, way that it can affect me, which is essentially pragmatism. Because all pragmatism doesn't even ask for hard scientific, conclusive evidence for stuff. It just says, just show me anything that makes me believe. Just anything.
It all
You,
gets
you know,
run
you,
through our own filter and what we believe to be a substantial situation or
right.
experience that we're having.
So knowing that we're susceptible to all that, I have tried to come up with some baseline things that go, okay, well, let's go ahead and just put some baseline stuff down and say, if the same evidence shows that two things are true that cannot be true at the same time, then I will now know that that evidence is as good as no evidence.
So, in your system right now, what would have to happen to you to open you to these possibilities? What kind of experience? Give me an example of an experience that you would have that would cause you to see things from a more open to these kind of realms
I'm
situation.
open to it completely. I don't know what it would be. So it's kind of like if somebody says, well, what would, there's nothing. I hear this like when I'm talking theology all the time. Well, what could convince you of God's existence? And I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even really know what you're describing. So I don't know how to um, say it could be proven or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even, it's just like you said, well, I know it's real because I have a feeling and I can't put it into words. And I'm like, well, I can't do anything with that. And it's just like somebody be like, well, God is ineffable. You can't really say anything about him. He just has to like come to you. And you're like, okay,
Right,
well,
but I'm just asking for your personal experience because, okay, so if you have, astral projection situations, that's dismissed as just product of your brain firing shit
well,
off. Okay,
if,
you've
if I,
got sleep
if,
paralysis. Go
if
ahead.
I could do astral projecting on any kind of consistent basis and maybe have be like, I'm going to travel to Seattle and I want you to write a word on a piece of paper and set it down somewhere. And then I'm going to go see if I can read that word and come back and confirm it with you.
Let's do it. Let's try it.
I can't astral project. I don't know how to do it. It's not something that you can do. I would love to
Try
be able to
harder.
do it. It would be sick as fuck to do that, dude. To be able to just like, hold on, I'll be there in a second. Back, and then you just fucking zoom through another dimension. Yeah, not with that attitude. No, but I didn't have that attitude. I tried all that stuff. I was into it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was really, really into it. So, who
You
knows?
were into it and you did have an experience. Tell the people about the experience that you did have that you dismissed.
Oh, on Thanksgiving on acid?
Mm-mm. No, no, no. No, we did not travel astrally on that one. We just
No,
had a
no,
fun
not you.
time.
I was by myself for this one.
Oh, a different Thanksgiving on acid? Man, you do Thanksgiving acid a bunch, huh?
Well, it is a tradition.
Okay, no, I thought you meant the time that we did it.
No, I
No.
took I took
Okay.
like one time I was like staying in an extended stay hotel, and I didn't have a car. I was very young. I was probably like 17, maybe 18 or something like that. And I was in an extended stay hotel, and Thanksgiving seems fun. That's not all the Thanksgivings. Um, and I was there, and I decided that like what I was gonna do because I couldn't go anywhere was just eat like 20 hits of acid, and so I did.
20.
And I remember that there was like some daytime talk show stuff going on, And I turned off the TV finally, and I was like, I'm gonna like do some stuff. I always like when I got like really fucked up, I was trying to like do something with it, you know, like go somewhere like in my mind or whatever. Um, and so I remember being in there, and then um, like kind of being able, like my mind was able to like kind of see down upon me from like the corner of the room. You know what I'm saying? But I know everything about that room. You know, I was in that room, and it's nothing for me to like imagine like what the perspective would have been, and there was no way for me to confirm. You know,
But you were
so
actually trying to astral project during that time. You were
yeah, I was trying to do something.
focused
I would
on
try to do all sorts of stuff. Like I remember one time I was like, I had taken a whole bunch of LSD. A lot of stories start like this. Um, I was,
That's true.
I took like when I was like 18, so like 99, 2000 era. I was taking a ton of acid at a time. Like I would take like I could take like 50 hits of acid if I wanted to. But I would say
That is
15 to
so
20.
unnecessary. Oh my
I,
god.
w- I would say
Jesus.
like 15, 10 to 20 was kind of like a range of what we would do. And I remember like one time I was like, it's real nice in my bedroom, and I was like on this acid, and the sun was coming up. My girlfriend was asleep. We had this water bed, and I had this really long mirror, and I like put this mirror down on the floor, and I started like reading all the words in this mirror, and I was like, oh my god, there's like it's like these words have just materialized in front of me, and I'm just reading, and they're just in this mirror, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then I was like, I felt like really like connected and shit, and I was like, I like got up and I like went out to my living room, and this guy named Chad, who was this rapper dude, had his girlfriend over there, and they were like watching porn and doing blow. And I was like, oh god. It was like the most fucking just like terrible thing. I went from having like this really transcendental like experience to like walking to that and being like,
I
oh
feel
god,
icky.
everything was just like dark, and there was just like hardcore porn playing on the television. They're just like doing cocaine, looking all ragged out, and the sun was starting to come up, and I was like, oh god, back to the room. It was that kind of thing. That was like more of a fucking experience than anything else. I think
But
that
the
was.
fact that you were focusing at one point on leaving your body,
Mm-hmm.
and you had the experience of seeing yourself from an alternative perspective in this room, what
Yeah.
caused you to dismiss that experience and completely negate the possibility of the existence of the soul body? Because that's a
Uh,
really big thing to just like have happen and just to throw it in the garbage can.
that's not a really big thing to have happen if you're on 20 hits of acid. I mean, I had all sorts of weird visions, and I saw all sorts of shit. You know, and well, you know, LSD is weird. It's not like you see like necessarily like real shit. I've hallucinated more like life, more like realistic stuff on lots of ecstasy than I have on lots of LSD. LSD, like the hallucinations are usually kind of, uh, you know that it's LSD. It's not just like a full
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
hallucination. You know what I'm saying?
breathing
But so,
walls and stuff kind of swimmy and shit like that. People are like,
yeah,
"Oh, you'll see Smurfs," like cartoon characters. It's like, no,
well,
you
so
won't.
sometimes you will. If you take enough, your vision will start to like make things out of other things. It's like your facial identification software in your brain is like, make sense of what's going on. So it tries to like put stuff together, um, and it kind of works. Like sometimes you get stuck there, and you essentially create a memory of it happening like right then in a way. Um, but to me, I was just like, oh, all this does is show that our brain is fucking chemicals. If you throw chemicals at it, it starts doing wacky shit. Because that is like completely reasonable and in line with like all the other evidence that I have. You know, it plays well with all the other evidence. Whereas like thinking that I actually astral projected does not play well with the other evidence.
But is
So
that
there,
worthy of completely dismissing it just because, okay, most likely it's
it's not.
just a matter of me taking 20 hits of acid, but not accepting the possibility that that did, in fact, open your mind to a different
I could
view
accept.
of
I mean, I
reality?
could because then I would have to accept the possibility of literally anything. I would have to be like, it could have been Jesus trying to talk to me and tell me that I should give up my sinful ways because
I
evangelical
don't
Christianity is
I
correct.
don't feel like it's all or nothing. It's not like, okay, I'm either gonna eat 100 hot dogs or 0 hot dogs. You don't have to have 100 hot dogs. You could totally like have a couple hot dogs and it's fine. Like
Yeah, no, I know. You can. I'm just saying, like, the same evidence is there for both of them. So if I have to accept one, I have to accept the other to be consistent in my viewpoint.
but I don't think
So
it's as
if I
black
if
and
I
white as either nothing exists or everything exists.
in a way, evangelical Christianity affects me even more because those motherfuckers vote.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So if anything, they got the edge. Because I would just need I would just need anything, like just anything, just
But
anything.
I feel like having that experience of leaving your body and being able to see things from an alternate perspective, I feel like that's a pretty substantial experience that is under the
That
realm
proved that
of anything.
anything. That's not anything. That was me on 20 hits of acid alone on Thanksgiving in a extended stay hotel.
Right.
That
So
was
if
it.
you took 20 hits of acid and you were able to complete this experience that you were actually trying to have. It wasn't like, "Oh shit, I just popped out. That was fucking weird." Like you were actually focusing on that. Why dismiss the entire experience and just chalk it up to it was
because
definitely
because holding that belief doesn't affect my life in any way going forward. There's nowhere where I can apply that. So there's nothing like a beliefs inform actions. And so I would go forth in my life with that belief, and then how would anything in my life change once believing that? And the fact is it wouldn't change at all. Um, Nothing would be different because there's no it's not applicable to anything. So
just
there's
awareness and your
awareness to what, like,
experience,
I mean,
awareness of other possibilities that the reality that we live in is not necessarily so stark black and white.
I don't think it's black and white. I don't think, I don't even think we have a it's less than black and white. We don't even have any kind of full, we're not even looking in black and white. We're like not even, we're stuck at like our specific senses in our brains that are made for the African savannah, you know, that haven't changed much since then. So we're
But I
just kind
feel
of
black
stuck
and
with
white
like,
as far as like a hard line of nothing beyond our physical reality exists. Like I feel
I
like
never
you have
said
a
that.
very oh
I,
really?
I mean, obviously something else is going on. Uh, and
What?
what do you mean? I've always said this. I've always said this. I've been
Okay.
consistent with this forever. Obviously, something's going on, but that doesn't mean that I'd latch on to just like any belief that comes along that fills that gap.
So, okay, so what are your ideas as far as what you think is going on or what things make you question what's going on? And then we'll get to
Um,
JT's question after that.
um, well, as far as like what's going on, like metaphysically, like the
Yeah.
overall what's going on.
Yeah, well, you
Oh,
say
I don't
that
know. I
it
don't know
appears as
because
if
I
something's
think
going on.
I think probably at this point our best bet with that is somewhere in the realm of physics, to find out like what's really going on because our actual, you know, senses are just so tuned in to our specific life here, that we've had to use other things to be able to, like, for instance, like, if we had a different perspective and we were super super small and we were subatomic or whatever, some sort of observant subatomic life form, then we would see everything as like just a collection of atoms and our whole world would be different and there wouldn't be anything about whether or not people dream or don't dream or astral project. There wouldn't even be people. Everything would be this oneness of electrons and shit. Um, so there's no like one answer to that. In other words, it depends completely on perspective. Um, and so all we can do, and it's probably the reason why religion and stuff exists, is because it's the ineffable. It is the thing that can't be talked about. It's the thing that's beyond our grasp. And so we have to use things like poetry and songs and stories and tales and stuff like that to kind of describe it in a way that fits
Sure.
our own shit.
But you do
That's
think
not.
that there is possibility that there is more beyond just physically what we can see here on this earth in these bodies. Do you believe the possibility that something else is going on?
Yeah, but I don't think it's like this. I don't think it's conscious life like this. I think our conscious experience is just is super specific to just this one place, and that's it. It was made here. It's made. It's like the fucking water drop that fits right in the fucking, you know, crack in the ground that just fits snugly perfectly, and it won't exist anywhere else because it's just made for this specifically. And and I don't think there's any other. There may be other forms of consciousness, but it wouldn't be just like ours. Just like every other type of consciousness on the planet is a little bit different because of the environment that it evolved in.
Did you believe that there are other beings in other planets beyond?
Probably it's so big, you know what I'm saying? I think you just get to like a probability kind of thing. But I don't think that the universe is. I think the universe is overwhelmingly hostile to life. The universe doesn't seem to be like made for life by any stretch. It's
Sure,
mostly just
it seems pretty
it's
special.
mostly just empty space. You
Very,
know,
very, very true.
like long fucking runs of empty space. Um, where did matter come from? Yeah, where did matter come from? I don't know. I mean, matter, it's just merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is but a dream, and we are the imagination within ourselves.
Here's
So
Tom with the weather.
here's Tom with the weather. Uh,
And now we're quoting
um,
Bill Hicks, the best.
the like to so people will be like, so like a big thing with like if you run in theistic circles, if you're talking like theology, like one of the greatest energy can't be created nor destroyed, Joe. It's the law. You can't do it. um yeah, you
Joe
can't.
asking the big questions right now. Fuck yeah.
So
Joe.
for instance, in theological circles, if you're talking like with a theist, one of the big things is like, well, you have to have some sort of monistic source of contingency because anything that has a cause and effect has something that preceded it. And you can't just go in an infinite regress all the way backwards because nothing could ever start. It would just be a line of infinite regress. That's what they call it. It's called infinite regress. And it just means that you never get to a solution. Well, they don't like that. They say that infinite regress cannot exist. So at some point, there has to be some singular creative force. And then they go, that is God. And sometimes it's called the cosmological argument, and it's basically everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, in conclusion, the universe has a cause. And it is a sound argument. Well, it is, the argument works, but the first premise isn't sound. So it's like, you can't just like all of a sudden just be like, well, I'm just going to throw something there because like what we know about this now, like necessitates it. We don't really know that it necessitates that. Like it doesn't like, so I always say this, the biggest question in theology is like, and what God is supposed to answer is, why is there anything instead of nothing? That's like the biggest question, right? So like, why is this going on when there could have just been literally nothing going on? And so what theologians try to do is answer that by saying God started it, and that's why there's something. But of course, then of course somebody would say like, well, what about God? And they were like, well, God didn't begin to exist, therefore he does not need a cause. And there has to be something that didn't begin to exist in order to get in order to get past the infinite regress. And that's like one of the, it's called the Kalam cosmological argument. It's like one of the biggest arguments. Yeah, that's what they say. And so I always say, I just start with existence is. I don't think that nothing is a possibility. I don't think that, think about like this. And this is just kind of like wordplay, but it works out. So you say, why does anything exist at all? Why, hold on, how am I going to phrase this? So existence is, right? So existence, like if you were to say nothing exists, you're saying there's a state of nothing that exists, and therefore it's something. Like once you name it nothing, it's something. Does that make sense? There's like a fucking weird, there's like a weird fucking paradox there, where you can't be like nothing existed and then something existed. Like what is
still something?
But what is nothing? Like philosophical nothing means the absence of everything, and the absence of everything can't exist, right? Because existence is the negation of it. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
So you're kind of stuck at this place. So all I can say is that existence is, and there's no reason for me to justify why something exists rather than not exists, whether that be matter or whatever.
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest questions of all time, is why do things exist? Where do these things come from? And this is unfortunately something I don't think we will ever get any kind of conclusion on whatsoever. It can be theorized to death.
But I mean, also the idea of like what I'm doing there, with that thing is just wordplay. All I'm doing is showing, and this is pretty much just logic, is like I'm just showing that the two concepts that we have don't fit together. There's a paradox there. It's like finding an infinity in math and being like, well, that's obviously not right. It's just like you found a paradox in math or something, so
Sure.
That may or may not be the case. Maybe there is a state of nothingness, and then there was a monistic source of contingency, and then everything was contingent upon that. But you'd just be hard pressed to prove that in any meaningful way. But when people want to be able to use a deity to justify other things too, so it is very convenient for other stuff. The person who has that knowledge gets to tell everybody else what to do, kind of thing.
Sure. It's just insert whatever name of what it is that you specifically believe into this to have it fit the narrative that people choose.
Well, Joe, you can't prove anything really, like in the strictest philosophical sense. You can't prove anything, and you don't really need to. You just have to have like reasonable justifications for it. And then you have to have even more reasonable justifications for it if you would like anybody else to believe it. You know what I'm saying? You have your own set, and you go, okay, well, this is what I believe because it's my own shit. But then you can't get mad at somebody else for not believing in it too, unless you come with some real shit.
Slim Tony says, "Have my babies." You got a fan. That's fucking funny. That's pretty good. No, it's good. It's really good. Even your reasonable justifications are easily made not reasonable.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if they work for you, and if they're working for you, and you are feeling good, and your life's going well, and you find use in your beliefs that carry you on to live a fulfilled life, then no harm, no foul. You know what I'm saying? And that's just your shit. And you can be like, I don't give a fuck what you believe. But if you want anybody else to believe it, you can't like be like, you're closed-minded for not believing like what I believe, when they're like, I don't know what the fuck you got going on in there. I haven't had that experience. So like that's why I object when you're like, you're not open to any of this. I'm like, fucking totally open to it. Just I gotta have something to work with here. It's like people try to explain like, well, God's this, and I find that like the more they start getting detailed about what it is, the more I'm like, what is going on? Like I don't even know sure I understand what concept you're talking about. There's something called an ignostic, like IG gnostic, not an agnostic, but an ignostic, and it basically means that you've never even heard of a coherent version of God that you can even make a call on. So you're like,
How do you mean?
you're like there's never even been a definition of God that I can even make a judgment call about. That is coherent enough for me to say I do or don't believe in that.
That they've never heard of it, or they're just not accepting other people's reasonings for
Well,
believing.
they've heard people explain it, but the explanations don't make sense. Like I don't know, like I hear everything you're saying to explain it, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like for instance, like anything with uh characteristics that don't jive together, like an all-knowing, all-loving God and the existence of evil. You have an all-knowing God that knew exactly what would happen when he created the universe, and he's supposed to be all-loving. Therefore, the existence if evil pops up, that means that it was part of God's plan the whole time, which means he's not all-loving, which means there's a contradiction there, which means that I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I do
You see what
not
I'm saying though?
understand
Like
what the
there
fuck.
just comes a
Yeah,
point where you're like, I know all those words that you're saying. It's just that when you put them all together, I'm not getting a clear. It's just like you were. I was like, just well, describe to me what that feeling is. You're like, I can't describe it. And I'm like, well, it might as well be something that's just not described at all. Might as well be nothing. There's no attributes that
yeah.
I can make a call on.
We were talking the other day about like Jesus dying for your sins, and I was like, I need someone to fucking explain this to me because I've been hearing people say this shit my whole life, and I still don't understand what the fuck any of you people are talking about. Like, it does not make any fucking sense.
Well, obviously in the Old Testament you had to make sacrifices of animals at the temple, um, and it was like part of like a burnt offering or whatever. So obviously there was some kind of like tradition steeped thing about like the sacrifice of the perfect human being, God in the flesh, would absolve everybody of all their sins, and you wouldn't have to sacrifice animals anymore. So there's like a cultural
Yeah, but
reason for.
what I don't understand is like if humans willingly murdered what they believed as the son of God, that would make humans look like a bunch of total fucking assholes. Like, I would not see there being any forgiveness on God's part or whatever. Like, I feel like if I was like, here is my son, I have made the son, and then you murdered him, like, I don't understand how murdering him in any way does any good, and I have a hard
Well,
time,
it's
like you
like
were
it's
saying,
like that.
understanding even what the fuck people are talking about.
Yeah. It's that these are the same people that can't understand transgender pronouns, yet they still believe in the Trinity. It's too confusing. um,
Fair enough.
like I wait a minute, it's a she now. Oh, now I gotta call people what they want to be called, and meanwhile they're like, anyways, God's three things.
Fair
Um,
enough. But you know what?
so
Like, I know what you mean.
uh,
Where you're like, I hear what the words that you're saying, but it's not fucking computing.
it's not.
It does
I
not
can't
make
even.
any
I can't
sense.
even make. It doesn't make any sense. Well, the Doug Stanhope had a comedy bit where he's like, Jesus died for your sins. He's like, your sins are the only fucking cool things about you assholes. He's like, I don't get it though. Uh, uh, died for my sins. It's like saying I hit myself in the foot with a hammer for your mortgage. It doesn't follow. I don't.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I
with
don't-
the sins, like original sin. I'm like, so you're saying everybody is born, like babies are born having sin? Like, that literally does not make any sense. That does
yeah.
not
Well,
make any
well,
sense or compute
well,
whatsoever.
you have to understand, like, there's a lot of logical necessities that have to be followed after you create a monistic source of contingency. And if you want it to remain logically coherent, what they do is they start working within their own framework, and they start adding stuff on. So like, okay, so a theologian will be like, um, God can't be the universe can't be God because God has to be separate from the universe because God had to create the universe. So the universe can't be God, and it can't be a pantheistic thing. It has to be God exists, God creates the universe separate from God. It is you
But
are
who do they
not
think
God.
created God then?
Nobody created God. God exists. God is eternal. God stops the infinite regress. Remember
See, those are
but
just
these are all
words.
within.
Okay.
Well, these are all within a framework that they believe in. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, and so you get to that point, and then you go, okay, well, um, you had Judaism, which was a relatively like small like Canaanite tribe that kind of like split off, and they started becoming monotheistic or monolateralist. Really, they believed in many gods, but they believed only one was worthy of worship. And then when they had needed a war god, they got Yahweh, and they kind of moved on with that. And then it became like there are no other gods besides this. And that's when you had to start coming up with these things of why there could only be one God. And then because one had to be the most powerful, and then really that's the only God. And then when you had Jesus pop in and they go, well, Jesus was God. And you're like, hold on. Man can't be God and God can't be man because a man is definitely not God. But yet Jesus was a man, yet he's also God. So you have some sort of thing there. And that's why at the council of, I think you pronounce it Nicaea? Nicaea? I don't know. I always read it. The Council of Nicaea. They basically were like, okay, we got to come up with this triune God. And it was just one of the theories at the time. There were like many theories about how this could work. But the thing is that like there's a God, there's the main Godhead or whatever, and then it can manifest in three things, being the Holy Spirit, actual God, and then Jesus. But I like for instance, like God, if you were to put it in like a logical syllogism, you'd be like, God is immortal and man is mortal, therefore man can't be God because you have to be immortal and eternal to be God, and man is not that. But Jesus existed as a man who died, so he couldn't have been a man because he's God, but he couldn't have been a God because he's a man, and you find some logical inconsistency there. So they had to come up with something to fucking fix that, and that's the fucking Trinity. That was it. That was it. I mean, because once again, we all work with the beliefs that we have. You can't just come in here and be like, well, we can't explain it. Destroy everything of our beliefs. They had to work within their beliefs to come up with something that made sense to them. And that's what they came up with. But like, Muslims and Jewish people don't believe in it because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And a Jewish person or a Muslim person would argue against Christianity by saying that exact same thing, that there's no way that God would show up as a man because you can't do it.
Yep, doesn't sound very logical to me.
But if you sacrifice him, we'll get rid of all your sins. So
Still doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
I'll throw
Still
in.
doesn't make any sense. How do you murder somebody who you think is a extension of this god?
Well, the
And then
Romans
not be like-
didn't think he was an extension, Sammy. They were the ones that killed him. You know what I'm saying? Like the Romans were the ones that killed him, so it wasn't like they were like, this is some fucking crazy fucking revolutionary, rabbi who's like preaching all sorts of weird shit that we're not really down with. Yeah, it was supposed to be the perfect sacrifice. That's the concept behind it anyways, is that Jesus was the perfect sacrifice. And to be honest, I probably know more about theology than other stuff because they've done a lot of work on defining this shit and having arguments for this stuff. Whereas like more kind of like spiritual open spaces there's not like a lot of arguments. There's not a rich history of like putting it all together. It's all like, oh, anything could happen,
Sure.
So really the evidence there, in this case, I would have to say is actually probably more in theology's favor than it is for just like random dimensional spiritual stuff. because that could just be anything.
It could, but I
I'm
feel like
just
that opens more possibilities as opposed to taking a belief system and visibly morphing it into something that just fits what you want it to be and then rolling with it for thousands of years. You know,
I mean,
I feel
obviously,
like
I
that
obviously
seems.
I don't. Well, you know, I don't roll with it, but that's not the point. The point is that
No,
it's
no,
just
not you, but like
the
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 royal
the
we.
point is that it actually has more evidence because it's been defined further, and there I could I could I could put a theologian on your podcast who would by the end of it you'd be like, God, did he make me look like an idiot? You know what I'm saying? Because they're so good at the rhetoric of it that you wouldn't have answers to what they were saying. And you would almost have, unless you knew the answers, you would almost have no choice but to agree with them that God is real. They will back you into a fucking corner of just fucking logic, and you'll be like, oh my God. It happens all the time. I've seen it so many times. I see atheists go in there like, oh, fuck this shit. Christians are fucking stupid, blah, 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 blah. And some fucking 160 IQ fucking theologian comes in there and fucking by the end of it, they're like, oh, I mean, it's
So,
crazy.
how have you handled that kind of situation? What is your rebuttal?
I have lots of rebuttals for it. Some depending on how it's very specific to the time to what they're saying. It's very specific to what they're saying.
Okay.
Um, but I'll definitely let you know it was a theist who actually turned me to pragmatism. A Christian, nonetheless. Though, if you do,
Interesting.
if he is the type of Christian, who would say that it doesn't really matter if God exists or not, but what matters is your belief and how you're doing as a human, and what God means to you, and how that belief causes you to act. Though he is a theist, he's like, I do believe in God, though I do not believe that it would make any difference in my life whether God actually existed or not. But what really
Okay,
matters
that's fair.
is
Yeah.
my belief in God.
So,
Um,
does he claim to alter the way that he lives his life and the, um, like the
uh-huh.
kindness that he gives out to people directly because he believes in God, or because God's watching or judging or any of that
Not
kind of stuff?
no, I mean obviously like I think that usually as a religious person you try not to do it out of like retaliation from God. You know, you're kind of I feel like in most traditions you're kind of missing the point. Um, you're supposed to do good for good's sake, not because of fear of retribution.
Sure.
You know,
But
so even
so
if
many
even
religions just hammer that in where it's just like you
well,
have to do
it's
these
I mean,
things or
you know,
you're
the
fucked.
people. Yeah, but most people aren't thinking about it in a nuanced kind of way. So they're just like, just fucking believe it, or we'll fucking send you to hell. You know, it kind of gets them along. It gets them there faster. You know, so it's kind of like people are like, man, if you know, uh, if people, I've definitely heard people be like, if God didn't exist, you could do anything you want. You could fucking rape and murder. And Penn Jillette actually was like, yeah, you're right. And the amount that I want to rape and murder is zero.
Sure, 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 sure.
Yeah,
That's the
you're
thing.
right
I
though.
have no fear that anything is watching me or judging me whatsoever. I do good to others and live a good life because I feel moralistically that it's the right thing to do. I have
Hmm.
no fear. There's not even any part of me that's like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't just rape or murder people just in case there's a God and he's gonna fucking judge me. Like I very
Right.
strongly believe in the
Well,
fact that obviously not everybody, but I, at least for myself, I have a moral code that is
right.
within me, and I have no fear of judgment
And well,
besides my
and
own.
a Christian would, or a theist maybe, or a Christian would say that well, God has written that moral code upon within you. That's how you even have that in the first place. But I mean, obviously, I don't think it's true. But that's what they would make the argument that you have morality because of God, even though it doesn't really make much sense. It's still like, let's say, so
It wavers from
basically,
person to person, though.
so so basically, what they want to avoid is what they call like relativistic morality, which is just like whoever wins makes the morality kind of thing. Which it's obviously way more complicated than that. but but if you were to believe that like God, if you believe in divine command theory, which is the idea that the divine has handed down commandments of what you should and shouldn't do, and the things that he says are good, and the things he says are bad objectively because God has decreed it, right? But what you have there is just the way I answer that is like, nah, because like it is literally just God's perspective, so it's not mine. So it's just as subjective as if it were you saying it. Just because it's not like a might makes right, like the most powerful being gets to just decide because they're the most powerful. Like you're still stuck at the same place, even though they don't usually see that. Let's see if there's any comments.
Hold on. On that note, I'm gonna pee. I can still hear
Okay.
you, but you can't hear me for like 2 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah, don't accidentally leave your mic on. um, Lots of clergy, many denominations do that day in and day out. Oh, going into hospitals, clergy members in hospitals. Magic is might, and might makes right. I mean, that's kind of the thing, though, right? Like, it, you can argue against, like, well, if whoever's in power makes the rules, and that's, for, like if morality was just based on like whatever the societal thing was, then you could have a book that says every third child must have an eye plucked out or something like that to appease a deity, and that obviously is not moral. But you would have to make the argument that it is if God decreed it. Like like God would be able to decree anything, and if they did, it would make it moral. So God could say, murder that person over there, and just the fact that he said it would make it moral under divine command theory. But really, it's just like the most powerful being tells you to do it, therefore it's true, or whatever.
It doesn't sound
Hmm.
right.
Yeah, and other civilizations have done that. And the fact is that morality is much more complex than that. There's a lot of it's something that isn't even really figured out, but obviously there's some kind of like mix of like social contract mixed with other things going on. I mean, I kind of put it into terms of like, you know, harm, like unnecessary negative experience is bad, right? Like um like you and experience being the first thing. Like you can't do a moral or immoral action against a rock, right? Because the rock can't feel anything unless you believe that rocks can feel shit. In that case, I'm not talking to you. uh, so so like if I smash a rock, that's there's no ethics behind that. There's no like, oh, that was immoral of you to smash that rock. Now, if somebody owned that rock and was like, this is my favorite rock, I love it so much, and you took it and you smashed it, that would be an immoral action, right? Because then you have now created a negative experience for that person that could have easily been avoided. It wasn't necessary. Because sometimes you have to like do surgery. Oh, something's bad, we're going to have to temporarily cause you some discomfort in order to save your life. And that is not immoral so it can't just be causing pain that's immoral or unpleasantness, but unnecessary negative experience. And so if you can imagine um, imagine there's a imagine we live in a state where every conscious being is experiencing the worst possible outcome 100% of the time.
Ouch.
If anything could be called bad, that would be like a goalpost, right? Like every single conscious being having the most unpleasant experience that they can possibly have. We're trying to move away from that and move towards every conscious being on the other goalpost having the greatest, most pleasurable, fulfilled experience, the greatest amount of well-being for the most amount of conscious beings, right? And we're never going to reach either one of those, obviously, but one side is obviously like ethical. We're like, if you're doing things that cause this, it is ethical, and if you're doing things that cause this, it is unethical. And so that's kind of like my baseline for ethics. At least it seems like there's a couple goalposts to move to and from. Certainly can't just be like anything, right? It can't just be like, well, it's just the society says that it's moral, so it's moral. It can't just be that. There has to be reasons behind it. There has to be something going on.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
You have to have some sort of. You can't just be like, well, it's immoral because we think it's immoral. Like women shouldn't be able to drive. That's immoral.
Yeah.
No, what? You can't just say just because like the society accepts it as it that's what it is.
JT had an interesting point there. There was God essentially made blood sacrifices moral, right? So
yeah, not only
which is questionable in nature,
not only moral, but like a way for you to absolve you of your sins. So it's like it's like crazy. It's like you had to do it in order for you to overcome your immoral actions. It was like fucking wet wipes for fucking sin.
Which, in the 10 Commandments, it's like, thou shalt not kill, except for what I tell you to, so that you can save yourself.
Well, technically it says thou shalt not murder, and murder is a very specific legal term that probably had some basis in Judaic law back in the day. That was not just like you can't kill; it was like you can't murder. But let's be fair. Let's also be fair. The first half of the 10 Commandments are pretty much just like, I am a jealous God. That's pretty much it's like, don't fuck around with God. Don't fuck around with God. Definitely don't fuck around with God. Don't fuck around with your parents. Don't fuck around with God again. Don't kill, don't steal, and don't look at your neighbor's shit as if you want it. All right. Well, there's so many things you didn't cover in there. There is a lot of other law. That's just the 10 Commandments. There's a whole fucking list of laws. But those are supposed to be the main ones.
God is like a Twitch mod, Joe says. I will bring the sword of power down upon you.
Did I tell you that that I got really into just the history of monotheism? Because I've always found it like super, super interesting, just how it came about. And I actually went through and looked in the Bible and like found all the different spots where God was called by a different name. And I went back to the actual fucking like the real fucking text or whatever, like the original fucking shit, and like compared the names of it to see where they were calling God like El Shaddai or Yahweh or El Elyon or all the different names or whatever. And took me a long time to do. And it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. I was just doing that shit for fun, I guess. It was weird that I actually did it. But it's pretty interesting because
that's a lot of commitment.
Because God is called El, and El Elyon, El being God, El being the Canaanite main god. El, and then El Elyon, which means God, like Most High. And then later on, you have El Shaddai, which is like literally means like God. Yeah, Elohim. Yeah. And El Elohim or El Elyon. And then you have El Shaddai, which is like literally like God of the mountain, kind of. Or is it? I would think we may have talked about this before, but it's like loosely translates to that. It's kind of like, mountain god, and Moses went up to the mountain. There was the burning bush and the whole thing. Kind of made sense. But Yahweh was actually a Canaanite war god, not unlike Ares. And so there came a point actually in the Bible, in the Torah, rather I should say, where God essentially comes down and says, "Hey, you have heard me call myself. You have heard me called El Elohim, El Elyon, El Shaddai, but I'm stopping this bullshit right now, and I'm telling you, I am Yahweh, and that's who I am. So there actually is a point in the Bible where it's like,
Huh.
ding, now you are Yahweh. You know, like all this time you called me by all these other names, which were kind of generic names for God. But I'm telling you, Yahweh is the one. And if you look at there's something called the documentary hypothesis of the Bible. Um, and it says that there's four main authors, and they kind of go by the stylistic, like, you know, uh, tendencies to see like what it was, like who did which parts. And then you had somebody called the Yahwist, and that's the name of the person, and that person kind of reinterpreted everything as if Yahweh was the main head, Godhead or whatever.
Well, then why are people not saying, we give thanks to Yahweh or dear Yahweh? Why are they just saying God as a blanket
You,
term if he actually came out and was like, yo, this is my name?
you're not. I don't think you're supposed to say it. It's blasphemy. But
Why? If he's
blasphemy.
like, this is my name. No, but if he's like, yo, this is my name, call me
Yeah,
by my name.
yeah.
And then,
This is my
but
name.
don't.
No, it's basically like, this is my name. Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Why
He was
would.
the it was
I
the
don't
original.
understand.
Keep my fucking name out your mouth. I'm telling you my name, but just mind your own business. You know what I'm saying? That and so you go through and it says now
But
it'll
you're
say
supposed to
Lord.
pray to God all the time. You're supposed to praise God and pray to Him and do all of this stuff. But you're not supposed to actually address it as its
Well,
preferred
you know,
name.
you can't petition the Lord through prayer. That's ridiculous. If God is a being that already knows what's going on, is completely immutable meaning that it cannot be changed at all, then you can't petition God through prayer. He already knows what's going to happen. He doesn't even exist in time. He already
Then
knew
why
what you
are
were gonna.
people supposed to pray to them? Like
Yeah,
I
for
just I don't
it's
know.
like their own psychological shit going on. But I
Well,
don't
you're
know. I
supposed to
mean,
go to church every Sunday and go do all these prayers and sing these God songs and stuff like that. Like it seems like that's part of the tradition and what you're supposed to do to be seen as a good Christian or whatever, like Muslim or what have you. Like you have to pray, is what it sounds like.
maybe,
I don't
but
know.
it doesn't make much sense. I think you do it anyways. But I think if you were to dig down deep and to and talk to a theologian, they'd be like, God's immutable. You can't change God. So God's not going to do you any favors, but that doesn't mean you still don't show your respect by not praying. You pray anyways as like almost like a form of respect, not as in a let me ask you for this
No, for
kind
sure.
of
But
thing.
I don't know. I just think, you know, if he was like, this is my preferred name, I just find it strange to just be like, but don't call me that. G Funk. G
Keep
Funk
my
is
fucking
fine.
keep my fucking name keep my name out your mouth.
Except for praying all the time and thinking of me and
Yeah.
giving thanks. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of uh, contradictions as far as that goes.
Joe, I had completely forgot about the person that was like calling me daddy on stream
Someone's
until you
calling you
mentioned
daddy?
until you mentioned it the other day. Everything's so being on Twitch has been like being on tour the whole time. It's like a blur now. Like all the days run together.
Look at JT's emote. Number one daddy mug. That's funny. That's
I
funny. You
can't,
blocked
I
the
can't
term?
I can't even remember. Well, anyways, that's my I guess that's my spiel on uh hopefully maybe you learned something about Christianity a little bit too on that, like or theism rather, because I do know a lot about it. It is pretty wild how much I've gone into it. I've actually read the Bible like front to back like almost 3 times.
Wow. That
Isn't that
sounds
crazy?
boring as fuck. Yeah.
It's boring in most of it. Yeah, it's pretty boring. It is interesting though. There's a lot of poetry in it. You know, like the whole fucking man, all the songs of lament and shit are fucking great. There's like all the rivers of Babylon shit. By the rivers of Babylon. That's a Bible verse.
The
Did you
whole
know that?
thing?
The whole thing. That's
Shut
a
up.
song. It's a song of lament from the Jewish people who were fucking escaping the bonds of their captors.
Huh.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
That's really cool. I
Hmm.
was not aware of that. No, it's really cool to hear these details that you have
Yeah.
learned and spent a lot of time
It's
working on.
actually made me. It's actually made me much more accepting, not accepting of once again the metaphysical reality of it, but accepting of other people's beliefs than say when we were younger. I consider myself, sorry, not more open minded in the sense that I've moved anywhere. I've moved farther away from believing any of that stuff metaphysically,
No, you're
but
more
I've
tolerant of others'
but
beliefs.
but I've moved closer to being like, fuck it, we're all in this together, man. As long as you're cool as shit, I don't care.
Yeah,
I
and you
don't
know
give a
what? I
fuck.
think that's
I don't give
really
a fuck
cool.
if you pray to a fucking potato that you have sitting in your fucking living room that's been growing fucking shit out of it for the past week. As long as you're the coolest person I've ever met, it doesn't matter.
I love that. I'm really glad that has been a part of your evolution as well because I understood where you were coming from being so set in you know what you were thinking or not thinking at the time,
I
and you were definitely a little more judgmental on other people and what their chosen beliefs were. So it's very cool to see you evolve to where you're like, I don't give a shit, believe whatever you want, and as long as you're a good person, that's actually what literally matters.
Right. Well, I wasn't any more or I wasn't any less judgmental than you were when it came to like traditional religious stuff, you know, and maybe even more so now than you are, like
More so
judgment
what?
wise.
Tolerant?
Yeah, like tolerant of their beliefs, like
I'm
ha-
very tolerant of other people's beliefs. I just don't understand it a
uh,
lot of times, but I definitely tolerant and I want other people to believe whatever makes them happy.
yeah. Well, I don't give a fuck if it makes them happy. I just want them to be cool as fuck. So I don't give a fuck if like
I do care
if
if it makes people happy though. I do.
no, because if like murdering people makes you happy, then I don't give a fuck about your happiness. Like that's not. It's just it's really what I care about
Good
is how
point.
you
Good
treat
point.
is how you treat other people. Well, that's why the golden rule doesn't really work. You know what I'm saying? Because like do unto others as you would have them do upon you. But like if somebody likes to be like I have a good friend who likes to like hang herself by hooks and swing around and shit. And she's got like a split tongue and she like it was really heavy into like body modification. And like I would not want her to do to me what she wants done to her. So the golden rule doesn't really apply
You're right. You're
in
right.
all
You're right. You're right.
circumstances. But
Very true. Good point.
it's just, yeah. So Jesus really fucked up on that one.
That's
Hey,
interesting. That's an interesting inconsistency there.
yeah, it is an
I guess I never
inconsistency.
thought
But I
about it.
think the thing is if you word it like don't do unto others as you would not have them do upon you, which is kind of colloquially known as the silver rule, then
Okay.
then you're just not doing things to people instead of doing things to people, and then that kind of
Yeah.
works.
But no, I as far as tolerance for other people's belief goes, I try to do the golden rule with that one where I would not want to be judged harshly for what it is that I believe, and therefore I don't want to judge people harshly either. I might not agree with you, I might not see where you're coming from, and that's fine. But as long as you are living a good life
And I think
and
you can
you're
keep.
doing the right thing.
I think that that's the kind of shit that like we can just fucking keep to ourselves. Like there's just a time and a place, um, where like for instance, if somebody comes up and starts like telling me about my fucking astrological shit, I'm not like, ooh, shut the fuck up. That shit's fake as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just fucking mean to do. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm an Aquarius, whatever. You know, if they ever want to talk about it, talk about it. I'll certainly have a discussion with them. But if they're just like bring it up casually, I'm not gonna be like,
Sure.
oh, you believe in that shit? How fucking stupid is this person? That's just that's just
No,
so fucking
that's true.
yeah.
Like Dusty says, it's the don't be a dick rule. Just don't
Well,
be a dick about it.
yeah,
Unless
yeah,
someone asks your direct opinion. Hey, what do you think about these things?
yeah. Like,
Then
do you want
do
to
you
like?
really want to know?
It's kind of like it kind of also embodies like the whole meaning of like consent too. Like, I didn't fucking consent to this conversation, and you're bringing this shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
Okay, you're a dick, fucking, I don't want to talk about this shit. But if somebody's like, let's talk about it, then all of a sudden, like, you're in a conversation, like, together, and everybody's cool with it. Doesn't always end up fine, but but sometimes it does.
Yeah.
But sometimes it does. Like you and I, what I'm saying, you and I have never gotten like mad at each other in any of these conversations, and we
Never.
disagree, on all sorts of shit. I can't think of one time. I mean, I've frustrated the fuck out of you before, but you've never been like, you never like are like mad. You know what I'm saying?
Never. No, 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 because I truly believe everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and their view of the world is subjective to the way that they've seen it and the experiences that they've had. So as long as you're not calling me stupid for what it is that I've experienced or whatever, then we're good. It's about mutual respect. It's mutual respect. So as long as there is respect in any kind of interaction, then
Well,
I'm all for it.
I told Sagan, like Sagan, rule number one for Sagan, his entire life, ever since he could understand me, was like, just be really, really nice to people. Like on the onset, give people the benefit of the doubt. Just be fucking cool everywhere you go. Just be really nice to people, and
It's really good advice.
you're gonna get so much farther ahead than even being really intelligent. Like intelligence doesn't mean what it used to mean to me. Like the ethics matter. Like, are you being fucking cool? That's what fucking matters. I'll take the fucking cool guy, the cool dumb fuck over the fucking smart evil fuck any day of the week. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because just being smart on its own doesn't mean shit if you don't have the ethics to back it up. You know, and having all the ethics in the world, you don't give a fuck how intelligent the person is. You're like, this fucking person's awesome. I don't give a shit what they know or don't know. They're fucking great.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. That's definitely a good advice on how to raise your kid for sure. Try to
Trying
put
to
a
think
good
what this.
person into the world just to be kind to people. Treat people with
Yeah,
kindness.
I think it's just kind of like the main thing. Everything else kind of falls in line. I mean, it's hard. I mean, obviously, it's an ideal that you reach for. You're gonna have emotions that make you be like, "Fuck that person," and all this shit. And you can't be a pushover. You can't just be relentlessly nice to somebody if they're fucking you over. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Facts.
you like there is some game theory shit you got to do. Like if somebody, if you're playing, if everybody's playing cool and somebody fucks you over, cut them off. Like be like, hey, you fucked me over. Until you make that right, you can fuck off or whatever. Uh, but then be forgiving too. You know what I'm saying? Because you never fucking know like what somebody's been through. Like somebody could have done something to you in a moment of just trauma or some shit. I mean, they could be completely fucked up for the rest of their life, and you never want to talk to them again. That could be the case. Um, but the, people do change. People can change. People can get better, and people can apologize to you and do that kind of shit. Yeah.
I think intention
Yeah.
to me is
Tit for double
everything, you
tap.
know?
See what Joe says? That tit for tat is like a game theory strategy, and it does come out on top because you always give them the chance to, hey, you ready to start acting right again? Because I'm ready whenever you are. But it's on you. You got to start acting right, and then I'll start acting right again, and we're both there.
To me, it depends on the nature of the crime, whether or not I have room for
Obviously,
forgiveness.
like
You
if they
know,
murder your family, I mean, it's different. But I'm talking about I'm talking about like just like on a pretty day to day basis. But people do
sure.
terrible stuff too. Under you, everything's contextual. Somebody may have murdered your family, but you know, maybe they had no control. Maybe they're literally having like a fucking psychotic episode or something like that like you don't know about. And there was literally nothing, no agency inside of them. There was no rational thought, nothing. Think about if like if like a bear like went into a parking lot and like mauled a bunch of people. You're not gonna give the same kind of agency to a bear that you would take the bear. They probably kill it or capture it or whatever the fuck they had to do to stop whatever was happening. But then they wouldn't be like, fuck that evil fucking bear. You wouldn't have that same feeling around it because there's some kind of like agency we give to people, where they can be like really evil when really they're products of their environment too, just like a fucking hungry bear would be or something like
Well, I
that.
would say it would be very rare circumstances in which somebody has completely zero control whatsoever of their actions. I feel like that's a pretty rare situation to have zero responsibility for what it is that you do. I believe in personal responsibility in actions.
That's very
And
libertarian of you. I listen. I, I don't believe in free will. So I don't think that. I think we have less control over our actions than any of us think we do.
what do you
Uh,
mean? Explain.
I think we're.
You don't
You
believe in
don't know
free
what
will.
kind of. I don't believe that our choices are free. I believe that our choices are made by our brains, and they don't take in. You're not able. Our brains aren't going to waste the energy to compute and remember everything that led up to that decision. So you could be working off some kind of past trauma. It's just like so like for instance, like Saddam Hussein's son was a fucking terrible person, right? Just fucking awful person. He had the unfortunate fucking reality of fucking being born Saddam Hussein's son. You know what I'm saying? Like he was a product of whatever the fuck. He didn't have free will and all of that. You know, you don't get to just like
I
choose. You don't get
I
to choose
disagree
what.
though. People do choose because some people, for example, some people that have been molested when they're kids, they are stuck in this cycle where they end up molesting people and that cycle continues. But there are
Mhm.
some people who are looking at it and are like, I never want to do onto others what has been done to me. So I'm making a choice to break that cycle. So I think we all have the choice within ourselves if we are self-aware enough to be able to step out and look at the
Maybe.
entirety of
I
the
mean,
situation, and we
I
get
mean,
to make a choice on how we live this life. I don't think it's just determined. Our brain just makes these choices and we're just like going full
well,
force with it.
you, I mean, you make a choice in the sense that in the moment, you know, you either do one thing or you don't.
How
But
does that not equate to free will then?
because you don't know what led you to that decision. Why are some people able to break out of addiction and some people aren't? You know what I'm saying? It's not just like one thing, and there's no real answer to it. You could spend years discovering like what trauma led you to have no impulse control when it comes to using heroin, for instance, or something like that. You know, like you don't really know. Like you think you
No,
know.
because I
Oh
think
God.
everybody's unique. Each individual is unique in the way that we process things is unique to our own
Well, okay.
self.
Let me preface this by saying that I don't think that we have any choice but to live our lives as if we do have a choice in everything. It is kind of paradoxical in a way. I don't think that you get to just go around and be like, I have no free will. You can't just literally be stuck at doing nothing. I have no choices. I'm stuck. I can't do anything. It's just like Christopher Hitchens had the fucking quip that was like, of course we have free will. We have no choice. You know, there's something like paradoxical about free will. Like something happened like that led to this scenario. Like like I could ask you like just to name like a random city and you could name and you know the names of so many cities, Sammy, right? And I could just be like, for right now, name a city, any city in the world.
Me, right now?
Yeah, yeah, right now.
Brussels.
Okay, you don't know exactly why you said that. You might have a couple reasons, like, oh, well, something popped in my head and we were talking about this, but you can't trace that back to like every moment before that to like analyze exactly why you did that. So you have no choice but to act as if you just made some kind of free decision. But something in your brain made a connection from however far back. The fucking Big Bang happened and everything got set in fucking motion to the point where, for some reason, when I asked you what city to name, you said fucking Brussels. But we don't really know. There was that wasn't a free choice. It was just something you fucking said, and your brain might have had a 100,000 different reasons, or it might have had one reason, and who knows? Like, but
I
that
don't know.
doesn't mean that.
I feel like I had free thought in that because my mind automatically pulled up a picture of the entire world. And
Hmm.
here I am zooming around and I chose it willingly. It didn't just fly out of my mouth. I feel like I
But
chose.
why though? Like, why would you choose it willingly over everything else?
It.
Why would you choose it willingly over everything else? Like, why would you choose it willingly over everything else? Like, why would you choose it willingly over everything else?
No specific reason. I just
Yeah. Who knows? I
chose,
mean,
but I made the thought to
mhm,
when
but
I'm
you,
viewing the map in my mind. I zoomed around and I was like, oh, Brussels, that sounds
yeah,
good.
but time only flows in one direction. You don't get to make another choice. That choice was locked in from day one. You don't. There's no backsies on it. It happened. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have chosen. You could have said Paris, but you didn't. It's
But I
done.
could
It's
have
done.
just as easily said it.
Uh huh.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like
but you didn't. It just happened. Like it was gonna happen, and it did happen, and we
so. Do
don't
you
know all the.
find this theory of not having free will eliminates responsibility because your brain's just doing
Nope.
stuff based on the way that you were born and raised and what have you?
No, but that is usually the theist response. Uh, that's usually the religious response. It's like, oh, well, now you have no responsibility, but that doesn't make any sense. Of course, we have responsibility, um, because we want things and we want to live in a world where everybody's being as cool as possible, and we want to avoid places where um, people have no responsibility. So we keep on trucking, and just like we would do with the bear, if somebody came along and did something fucking heinous, we would remove them from it to try to avoid that. But just like we would remove a fucking precarious rock that was like hanging up somewhere, like, hey, don't walk under that fucking rock. You know what I'm saying? The thing might fucking fall and hit you on the head, and you don't want that happening. Well, the rock doesn't have any free will, but you're still going to avoid bad stuff.
It's
You
an
could have.
interesting
It
concept.
is. It is interesting. I don't think it. There's something also like psychologically satisfying about it, and I don't know if I brought this up. I feel like we may have talked about it last time, but there's a story about there's a story about a guy who had a boat. He's a fisherman or whatever, and he was like cruising down the river or whatever in his boat, and all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, this other boat just comes over and fucking like smashes into his boat and like causes damage, and he's fucking so mad. He's like, "You fucking piece of shit! Why the fuck? Oh my god, I can't believe you did this shit!" Fucking. And then he looked over and just realized that nobody was fucking driving the fucking boat. It had just gotten free and slammed into him. And then as soon as he realized that nobody was driving the boat, his entire attitude changed. He wasn't all of a sudden he didn't have the same kind of like focused anger um towards something, because he was like, oh, this is just a thing that happened. So he's not yelling at it the same. He's not angry. He might still be cursing that it happened, but he's not like, you fucking piece of shit boat. Rah! You know, he's not like mad at it.
Yeah.
And so it kind of gives you like a psychological edge in a way to, I think that it causes, I think that the idea that every decision that you make is completely free and that people are completely free in their decisions um, is a very, very unempathetic and very dangerous way um, to live. I think it's tough on people morally, because I think that it causes a lot of frustration and anger that doesn't need to be there. Just for instance, like, so if you found out, so if somebody like murdered your family, right, and which would be obviously terrible, and they seem completely sane, and they're like, yeah, I just wanted to murder your family, fuck your family, I fucking just wanted to kill some people, and they were fucking there, and you were like, what the fuck, this is the most horrible thing, I fucking hate you, evil piece of shit. But then like the same scenario, but you find out like the guy has like a fucking golf ball or a softball sized tumor in his head that's just fucked his whole shit up, and he really just doesn't even know what's going on. All of a sudden you would start to be like, fuck, it's like this wasn't even, like he wasn't even in control. Like you don't consider, it's not the same kind of evil, in other words, when you find
Well,
out that something
there's not as
that
much responsibility if somebody has mental
right.
illness.
But what I'm saying is that like it is true that people who are like psychologically and physically abused tend to be more likely to continue a cycle of abuse.
Sure.
And so they didn't choose to be abused, and they didn't choose all that. It was not something that they got to just of their own free will decide that they were going to do this. Like, it's something that was done to them that continues as a cycle. And when we start treating it like that, I think it increases empathy towards other people, and you start to get to the actual solutions of why people are acting bad. Like, you get to actually address poverty, as opposed to thinking that crime happens because evil people are bad. You get to be like, no, crime
Right.
happens because poverty happens. And, I'm not saying that some people won't be bad regardless, but you can certainly get to the real root causes, as opposed to being like,
You're right.
everybody's a free agent who just chooses to do evil. Most people don't even want to do the bad things that they do, but they have, problems. They have impulse control problems from some sort of trauma or something like that. That wasn't really their fault to begin with.
No, that is a very valid point for sure.
So that isn't like the logical. That is the emotional argument. That is the psychological emotional argument for being against the concept of free will. And to be honest, like, what does free will even mean? Like, I'm kind of agnostic about free will. Like, what I've never heard anybody give me a good definition of what free will means. Free will means that every time you make a choice, you make a choice completely free of everything that happened before. Like, what is it? It's
I mean,
it's
I
like,
guess it depends on what context, because a lot of times free will is associated with either like predestined actions versus us being able to choose in the moment. So again, it does depend on the context, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, God planned it this way, so this is just the way that it is, and we don't have choice because everything is already
well, not
planned
many,
out. Our
not
lives are
many,
predestined."
not many sects of Christianity believe that. Really, Calvinists do believe that, and they're logically consistent, because free will definitely can't. Free like, as it stands right now, maybe I just don't have a good definition, but maybe some sort of free will does exist. There's something called compatibilism, which is an interesting philosophical way of thinking about free will. Um, but free will is how theologians answer the problem of evil. How does an all-loving God create a world with evil in it? Well, humans have free will. Therefore, evil exists, and that's not God's fault. It's because humans have free will to choose between good and evil, and that's it. But an omnipotent God who created everything, things don't happen that aren't completely according to his plan. And the Calvinists knew this, and so the Calvinists would tell you that free will is not a thing, and God already knows what the fuck you're gonna do, because it's a weird logical inconsistency if you don't. It's an interesting topic. Free will is something that we can't act like we don't have, yet it doesn't really make much sense when you start to think about it. You can't go
There
about your
are
life.
definite factors that influence our decisions. I believe that factors on how we grew up and the kind of environment that we have been in do affect our decision making process for sure. I
Okay.
mean, I
So
can't
what? So
deny
where?
that.
So where's the free part? What's free about will?
I think the fact that we get to choose how we deal with that trauma or life experience or whatever, making a choice to do something differently. Like, for example, my ex Matt, I was in a shitty fucking relationship and he treated me like shit, and it sucked. But rather than me be like, well, this is just the way it is, I once was treated like shit in a relationship, so therefore this determines my entire reality. I made a choice to say,
Mhm.
I will never fucking put up with this shit again. I am going to actively make decisions that will break the cycle of this past
Mhm.
experience that I had. So I
Yeah.
made the choice in myself, while sitting and observing from the outside perspective. Why did
Hmm.
I allow myself to be treated like this? How could I have let that happen? I'm making a choice to change the narrative and live a
Hmm.
different way. So I believe that
Hmm.
was my own
And some and
free
some
choice.
people and some people aren't able to do that quite as easily, and we don't know why you were able to versus somebody else not being able to. And we don't exactly. Oh, Joe, I certainly didn't mean to imply that just because you are abused means you will be an abuser. I think most people have been abused in some way to varying degrees at some point in their life. So just because you are abused does not mean you're an abuser by any stretch. But people who go through serious abuse a lot of times have a very hard time later on in life from that trauma. And it can manifest a lot of different ways, but a lot of abusers are carrying on a pattern of abuse.
Which is
Um,
why I believe
uh,
that choice is very distinct to us as an individual, whether we choose to carry that cycle of abuse with us or whether we make an active choice to do things differently. Like, my mom grew up with her stepdad who was extremely very strict and very unloving, and she had a lot of trauma attached to that. And
mhm.
sure, she could have turned around having kids, and just because that's the way she was
Right.
raised us in that same fashion,
Well,
but she was like, well, that's
the
shitty.
the cycle gets. I mean, people could end the cycle. It is also a thing. Um, but let's say you have like, you find like a teenager who their entire life they're fucking locked in the basement and sexually, physically, the whole thing, mentally, psychologically abused for the first fucking 13 years of their life, and then they come out and you're like, hey, guess what? You need to make a decision that to not let this affect you. That's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like you need to now use your personal freedom, your personal free will to make a choice. it's,
Well,
it's
I think
way more.
in some, it is deep. It's deep in there, but I think making a choice to go to therapy or not to go to therapy, like I think that is a choice. If you decide,
They
like, I don't want
they
to
might not
live a
be in
life
any.
like this.
They might not be able to even have the capability to do that, considering what they've been through already. Like the the human brain is so complex. It's just not as simple as like I'm now going to make a choice because I know this is the best thing for me. It's just like you know that stopping smoking cigarettes is the best choice for you, and you saying that you make a every time you smoke a cigarette, it's a conscious decision, knowing damn well everything that's going to happen to you from smoking cigarettes, and you're making a
It's my choice,
conscious
though. It's
a
Yep.
conscious decision every single time you do it, and there's no addiction attached to it at all. It's a free will choice every time. I don't believe that for 1 second. I know it's not true because I've been on cigarettes.
But I know that if I decided, if I made a choice, an active choice that I was going to decide I did not want to be a smoker anymore, then I would not be a smoker anymore. I could make
Maybe
that choice with my own will. No, I
could you
absolutely could.
could you make it right now and not smoke again for the next week?
If I chose to, I
Right.
would. Well,
Will you?
I don't, I'm, no, I'm not choosing to. I don't want
Why
to.
not? It's the best choice though. Stop the
Best
cycle.
is subjective. It
Let's
definitely,
see.
I find a
So
benefit in it.
Dusty said, "What's the relationship between free will and fate?" I think free will would usually be something that people would say is what you use to escape what would be known as fate, right? They would be like, because you either believe that it's determined or it's not determined. Um, so I think that they're kind of like the antithesis of each other in a way. From what I understand, that is the free will. They decide not to abuse. Fate suggests they would always abuse. I mean, I don't know if that's. I don't think the statistics say they always abuse. I mean, I think there are like a percentage of people that definitely, I don't know who was abused or not. I definitely suffered abuse as a child, um, and then have not been abusive. Um, I don't. I don't remember being like ever. I don't ever remember being like making a choice to not be abusive. I've made a choice in other things after being like I remember one day like being like I'm not going to do this anymore and then not doing it anymore. But I can't think of the reasons why I chose that day, that second, not a second earlier, not a month later, not I don't know all the reasons. Like this is left up to things that are kind of beyond what my brain is even probably capable of chaining together. But you don't need to know all those events to make a choice. You don't have to think of every little thing that led up to you saying Brussels. You just make the choice and then you go from there. But that doesn't mean that metaphysically free will exists, but it also doesn't mean that you get to act as if free will doesn't exist and we're back at the paradox, I guess.
Hmm.
It's interesting, you know, once again, like I know these are all like, pretty heavy topics and shit like that. But these are the discussions people have about free will. It's not just cut and dry. It's not like everybody believes in free will. And it's not like there's even one definition of what free will. A lot of these things, the more you try to define exactly what it is, the more convoluted it becomes. And you realize you're like, wait a minute, do I even fucking know what this means? It's just like you can talk to
No, no,
people
it's just
about.
interesting. I'm glad you explained it because I didn't understand what you meant in that moment by
Yeah.
we
Well,
don't
it's
have
just like
free
you.
will. That was
It's just like you can talk about God and you can just sit there and kind of maybe have an idea of what the person's saying when they say they're talking about God, and then they can say something, then you go, wait a minute, I didn't know that was an attribute of God, and now I'm dealing with like a different version than what I thought I was talking about the whole time.
interesting.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, Tavia and Dusty
yeah,
are chatting about it. That's good.
yeah. It's pretty
Always
it's
some new
pretty
friends.
interesting stuff. I mean, I feel like free will was something that I always kind of just took for granted. It's like, oh yeah, you just make choices and that's free will. And if you look up, like, if you want to write down compatibilism, that kind of is a way to like bridge the two together and be like, well, we have free will in the sense that we make choices every day and we don't know the reasons. And but realistically, like, in the scheme of things, we don't have free will, but that doesn't change how you act on a day-to-day basis as far
Sure.
as what it
Yeah.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that
So
makes more sense.
pragmatically, free will, whatever. Of course, we have free will. We have no choice.
Okay,
Um,
so I want to go back to a previous question that we did not get to at this point.
okay.
JT asked what you think about having a soul versus not having a soul. I don't remember the exact question, but it was why something to the effect of why do you think you don't have a soul, or what are your thoughts
Well,
about a soul?
I'm definitely not a soldier. So, um,
Okay, what are you thinking?
okay. So the soul thing is pretty interesting. I think that I think that because our eyes are in our head and we see and hear and all these things out of our head, we feel like there's this kind of person behind the projector. Like, we think of it as like a projector and there's like a person like looking, and we are the person looking at the screen kind of thing. Um, and so it's easy to think of that as something separate from your physical body. And I think Descartes, with the whole "I think, therefore I am," and the what they call it's called the Cartesian theater. That's what it's called. And it's basically that, like, there's a soul, and it's called substance dualism. There's a soul, and the soul is made of something, and there's the body, and the body is made of something, and they are separate things. Though they are united currently for some reason that we can't explain really. Um, and I don't think that that's the case. I don't think the Cartesian theater exists. I think it's I think our conscious experience is directly tied into our physical body. It doesn't make it any less special. I think it actually, to me, makes it a little bit more special because, once again, it's finite. It goes away. So it's like, a scarcity thing. It's worth more.
You think it
Um,
makes it more special?
yeah, because it's limited. It's limited edition, baby. It's the
Well, I think we're
1993.
still limited to our own personal experience
Those
as
1993
Justin
Jordans.
and
No, no,
Sammy.
no,
Like,
no.
I
No,
think it's limited.
no, I'm talking about limited as like it ends. Like, if somebody was like, "Hey, you get free ice cream forever. What do you want?" And you'd be like, "I don't know, chocolate or some shit." And be like, "Free ice cream. You get as much chocolate ice cream as you want for eternity." And you'd be like, after a while, you'd be like, "What the fuck is this chocolate ice cream worth to me?" You'd be like, "I just fucking everywhere." It's like, it's just not even worth anything anymore. There's no scarcity. But if somebody's like, "Hey, what's your favorite ice cream?" And you're like, "Chocolate," and they're like, "This is the last box of chocolate ice cream that will ever exist on this planet," you would be like, "Oh my god, this is the fucking most valuable fucking ice cream that could possibly exist." It's like where value comes from. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it's limited makes it valuable. If it just went on forever and everything was just going on forever, I'd be like, I got plenty of time. I don't give a fuck about doing shit.
Okay, I understand how you could see it in that way, but for me, I see it differently. My time as me having these experiences as my own personal self is just as limited as if it was fucking over. Like I only get this one chance to be myself as me right now. I don't think that that takes away
Uh,
from it personally. The fact that there is some kind of energy that continues to manifest in different ways over time, but it's not me. It's not the same me.
I mean, the energy that is still there, but it's not conscious. The consciousness dissipates because consciousness isn't a thing in the strict sense. It's not a thing like your body is a thing. Like your hand is like a physical object, like a hammer is a physical object. Um, but like or like an apple is a physical object, but the redness of an apple isn't physical per se. It's like a property of it. It's a state. It can be in a state of redness, which means that like it has a certain property that makes it perceived as being red. Or um, uh, you could have legs, and then your legs can be in a state of running. They can be walking or running, just like your body can be in a state of consciousness. Um,
Sure, but I personally think that consciousness is substantial on its own. I don't think it's just a state of being, personally. And JT, to answer the question she said, "Are you a believer of astral projection?" And based on what we talked about before, he is
oh,
not a
no, I'm not.
believer,
No, I'm not. I
even
mean, I
after
think.
his own personal experience.
Well, I think you can
No.
experience. I think m- your experience doesn't shape objective reality. Although objective reality is um, has to be experienced, through your own shit. Like you can only have your version of it, but that doesn't mean that like if you didn't exist, that things would be different. Does that make sense at all? Maybe not. So like obviously like um so like if all of a sudden anything with that had eyes or whatever were to disappear from the universe, and so like the whole vision didn't exist, then like colors wouldn't exist, right? Because like a color is like a vision thing. If
Yeah, I
nobody
think that
had
it still exists. It's like if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound? I believe it did, in fact,
it,
make a sound. We just weren't there to
no, it
see.
didn't make
Or
a
the
sound.
waves, it made the waves that would be
Perceived as a
that
sound,
perceived as a sound.
but it wouldn't be a sound because without hearing it, it's not a sound. And without seeing something, it's not a color. There'd be no concept of red if nobody had eyes. It wouldn't even be
Okay,
something
sure.
that would be in your lexicon. So if nobody had ears and you could feel it, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, it's a sound." You would be like, "Oh, there's a rumbling." And that's just how you would take it in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it
Um
does. Geeky
so
brought
I
up a good point. At
Let me
the
get back
same
up.
time, some people don't have control over their hands like that, so maybe we're just all incapable of controlling our mind. Which I think that the brain can affect our physical form very distinctly. So if somebody has some kind of, you know, disability in their actual physical brain that doesn't allow the connections to get to their hand and they're not able to move their hand because of some kind of physical anomaly or injury or something like that, I
Mhm.
think our physical body, can be affected by that. But does that take the consciousness out of it? I don't believe it does. I think people sitting there in comas that seem to not
Well,
have brain activity can still have
Well,
consciousness.
because obviously the go-to for people would be like, well, if I go in and fucking lobotomize you, hate to tell you, but your personality ain't the fucking same. And then people be like, well, it has to be done through the body. So if the body gets messed up, it stops. But then it's like, what does it even mean, really? Like I always told myself this, like the reason I was never like scared of ghosts is because I'm like, ghosts, whatever, dude. If ghosts exist, then they're just a disembodied fucking spirit, and I'm a spirit plus a body, which is like twice as good as whatever they got going on. So who gives a fuck what they think? I was immediately like, I'm a ghost too, bitch. I just also have a body. You fucked up. You can't do shit. I can open up doors and shit. You have to spend all your energy to fucking slam a cabinet every now and then. Like
Which
I'm
is
way
why
more.
a lot of people in the metaphysical um, uh, realm, I guess, people that are believers in this, believe that we have the power over those things because we do have a more substantial state of being. We have our physical
Do
form,
you, do you, do you think
which
do you think ghosts get to choose like what walls they go through, or they're floating? But do they act like, do they always float, or do they, can ghosts like walk across a floor but then walk through a wall? And if they're walking across the floor, is it because there's actually resistance at the floor, or they're actually just floating? And if they really let go, could they just fall straight through the earth and into space?
one question at a time. That's a lot of questions.
Well, that's all kind of the same concept, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, because imagine you turn into a ghost and there's just like no resistance, then you're just falling endlessly through space.
Maybe that happens. I don't
Or,
fucking know.
oh, hey, Sammy, think about this. Think about this. You know how
What?
you say like the energy can get trapped somewhere, like on Earth, but the Earth's like spinning around in space. So what if it actually gets trapped on the other side of the fucking galaxy and it has to wait for it to completely line up again when it gets there?
So
Because
240 million years or
because
whatever.
it happened in a completely different space in space time and it stays
Oh,
there.
so we're about to get dinosaur ghosts, is what you're telling me.
We're getting close, I think.
Sick. That's awesome.
Sick.
Dinosaur ghosts. That's awesome. I'll take them, dude.
Uh,
that that's pretty funny.
I'm here for it. I'm here for you.
I don't know. I believe it depends on the specific situation. I think all the situations are unique, just as we are unique, and I think that there isn't any kind of necessarily a standard. I think it's unique to each
Um, biscuits,
circumstance.
biscuits, yelling at me to take him outside, so I'm gonna go do that real quick.
My goodness.
Entertain these people, Sammy.
Okay. He's got a bladder the size of a walnut, that one. My goodness.
Dude, this dog drinks more water than any dog I've ever seen in my entire life.
Jesus.
It's insane.
Where's Logie? Logie's supposed to be
Logan went to
tucked
go
in.
see Glass Animals tonight. I'm gonna shove
Oh,
my underwear on.
that's. Ah, okay. You know, this is something really interesting. We've had this conversation in depth so many different times, and it has evolved over time for sure. But I don't know, I find it very interesting that somebody could not feel a connection with something deep within them that is beyond their own physical form. I mean, if everybody has a brain, let's say you have, you know, 50 neurotypical people all in one space, you would think that if there wasn't any kind of uniqueness within them, that we would all kind of operate the same ways. We would all make similar type of choices. It would just be kind of like a standard of being. But we all have such unique traits as humans. So I just personally feel like that comes from somewhere deeper within. And, oh, are you leaving? You're going. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought people were leaving. Okay, no one's leaving. Thank goodness. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I feel that some of us have instincts that we are born into this world with, and we all have a different version of how we see the world and how we see the universe. And for myself, it directly correlates to a uniqueness in me that goes beyond the fact of my physical brain. And Obviously there's no way to technically prove this, but as me and Justin have talked about in the past, and as we've talked about on this podcast at other times as well, that, you know, myself included, with others as well, some of us come with a little bit more instinct on things, or a little bit more what I would consider kind of downloaded knowledge or information in our minds. And it's hard to imagine that just comes from some people's brains happen to work in this kind of way a little bit more than others. So to me, it feels like there is some kind of direct correlation to past energetic experiences that therefore carry over through time.
Space and time, dinosaurs.
Yeah, dinosaur ghost. I'm ready for it.
The dinosaurs cometh.
Okay, JT says she's going to get something to eat. She fails at free will. She was trying to not eat.
There you go. See, nobody knows why.
Oh.
That's funny.
But yeah, yeah, just talking about the uniqueness that we have versus if there was a bunch of neurotypical people all in one space, you would think that our brains would most likely function in a similar fashion. But I believe that the intense uniqueness that we have within us comes from something deeper and something older.
Dusty, you're right. The soundtrack to the Dinosaur Ghost movie is gonna be fucking sick. So just imagine, so somewhere like in space, there's just like dinosaur ghosts, like where the Earth was at that moment when they died, and then as soon as we start to go through it, they're just gonna start appearing, but then they'll disappear just as quickly. We'll pass through them pretty quick, so it'll just be
I
like a
think that would be awesome. I'm
dinosaur.
ready. Somebody needs to make this movie immediately.
Biscuit, go, go, go.
I'll tell Biscuit I love him and kiss him on
Biscuit,
his little nose.
Sammy loves you. Okay, come here, say hi. Come on.
I love him so much. He's such a
Baby.
passionate kisser.
He is.
He was licking my face with so much love and passion. It was so sweet.
Hey, Beaky boy.
And he'd wake me up in the morning and be like, "Hey, check it out! I got this bone. You want to see this bone?" And I'm like, "Bitch, I'm sleeping." And he's like, "But I got this bone. I want you to validate my bone right now." It's so cute. Ah, Uncle Scar, what's up, dude? What up? Welcome.
Uncle Scar's like, oh, biscuit time? Is it biscuit time? Is it sweet biscuit time?
He's everybody's favorite. He's so cute and sweet.
I love you
Come on,
too.
you don't think Biscuit's got a soul in there, Justin?
Nope, and it makes him so much more special.
Let Biscuit speak about aliens, he says.
Biscuit, what'd you think about aliens?
Oh, he's so sweet. He's such a good guy.
He's a good
I love how he
boy.
just hangs out during the streams. He's so good. He's
He's
so
a
good.
good boy.
It was so
Foot
cute yesterday
scratches.
how he was just gazing at Logan all sweetly
I know.
for a fucking
Also, yeah, he's like, you wanna give me a fucking treat, son?
treat.
You want a treat, Biscuit?
Give him a treat.
You want a treat?
Tell
You
him
want
it's
treat?
from me.
You want a treat? Let's go get you a treat. Come on. He's like, well, fuck your lap. So I can...
Going on a mission to go get the treats. Oh, he deserves it. He's just so fucking sweet. I don't know. It's hard to imagine that a sweet little creature like that has no soul. I feel like it's a
Biscuit
soulless
boy.
perspective.
Come on. Oh,
Yay! There you go, buddy.
yeah, good boy.
Aw. So
These are all the treats from these are all Uncle Scar treats. Yeah, take. He's like, give me
See,
that other
even
fucking.
JT thinks he has a soul. There you go.
He's like, give me that other fucking treat, asshole. Now he's like, bye.
Oh, Scar says, I swear I'm only coming to Atlanta to get a autograph from Biscuit.
Dude, I really, our band's cool and shit, but if we can just make Biscuit like the most famous dog on Twitch, that'd be cool.
He's on his way, dude.
He's on his way.
He's got stickers and everything. Actually, Mischief, Roxy and Chris's dog is pretty famous. They even made little cards. Did you see the little card that they sent out with their albums? It's like a baseball card, but it's a Mischief card. Oh
No.
my god, it's so fucking cute. Hold on, I'm gonna grab it. It's too cute to not share right now. Oh.
You have a Biscuit conspiracy theory? Aw, he is a good boy. He is a good boy.
Okay, I'm back. So, for those of you guys that do not know Roxy Gun or the Roxy Gun Project, this is their puppy dog. This is Mischief, and they sent these out with the
you gotta put it.
albums.
Oh, I can't see it on here for
What?
some reason. That's weird.
You can't.
I can't see it on. I can see it on the main screen, but not on the messenger screen. It's weird.
Oh yeah, look at the main screen, but it's so cute. And then on the back, there's some Mischief facts on there. The date of birth. Favorite actions and favorite food. It's so fucking cute, dude. I love it. I thought it was a really, really cute thing. It lives on my fridge.
It's a baseball
It's
card.
just so fucking cute. Likes belly rubs and Canadian dog treats. Dislikes having paws touched and fireworks. Favorite quote: bark, 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 bark. Dog from Jane's Addiction song. It says on there. Oh, it's really fucking cute.
That's funny.
Oh, lady, you have that card on your fridge too. That's awesome. I love it. It's so fucking cute.
Uncle Scar, we'd have to talk to Logan, but I think he has more Biscuit stickers, so we can probably get you one of those. And Rob made those Biscuit stickers.
God, he did such a great job. They're so cool.
We need to do another run. We're really just doing those as we're not selling those because it's like Rob's artwork or whatever. So we're just gonna do those are just gonna be giveaway stuff.
Cool.
So we need to do like I have the mug. It just got the biscuit heads on it. We need to give away more of those. Joe's got one. They're good mugs.
I fucking want one. Jesus.
They're good mugs.
I was at your house and I'm like, give me a mug. And you're like, we don't have mugs. And I'm like,
It
I'm
was just the
drinking out
one.
one.
All we have is the
I'm
one.
like, give me this one.
Listen, I gotta say, Logan's in charge of merch, so. Oh, and there might be a change. This is going to be an inside Risky Biscuit scoop that you guys don't know about. There might be a change, guys. Something might be happening first of the year.
What kind of change?
Logan is currently looking to move out with Katie.
Whoa.
And get a house.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
And-
that's probably
and-
sad for you though. It's a
And there's a chance that Rashad or Dog might move in here.
Really?
And it might be Dog. And if it is, that means we'll stream more because he'll be in the streaming house.
That would be awesome.
He won't have any reason not to fucking go anywhere.
Oh man, that is handy. I like that.
So
That
it
would
may
be
it may be the case. We don't really know, but Logan is definitely looking to make a move. To be honest, Logan and Katie were looking for a place pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and obviously plans got put on hold.
Scar says, "Wait, is Dog single now? Do I have a shot?" Yeah, I mean, you might. You might.
We don't know. We can't start. This is a very select few people who even know this. So nothing is set in stone by any stretch, except for that Logan is definitely looking for a house. But there's a chance that it could be Rashad or Dog that move in here.
Why don't both of them move in and then you get bunk beds for him? and that would be so fun.
If I had an extra room, this is a 3 bedroom, but this is one of the bedrooms. So
No, I'm saying
uh,
bunk beds, man. Bunk beds. Bunk them up.
yeah, good luck with those two. Rashad's too
Oh,
much of a
well.
lady. Rashad's too much of a lady killer, man. He couldn't have bunk beds.
Oh,
God forbid when Rashad gets single again. I mean, he pretty
really?
much is. He pretty much is. So,
Shoot.
dog 75%.
Yeah, he's got three, huh? Three?
Uh huh.
Three of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's craziness.
Yeah.
It's just hard to imagine. I mean, I've seen photos, but it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Biscuit still
Times
want.
change, man.
I just gotta make sure that he's got water or something because he's still whining at me pretty hard. So let me just make sure that he's got water real
What
quick
in the heck?
before I do anything else. Come on.
We were saying hi, Logan, but I don't think Logan's in here. I wish he was. But yeah, that's kind of sad. They've lived with each other for so long, for like 6 or 7 years. So that would definitely be kind of sad if he's moving out. But that would be kind of a cool change. And the fact that Logan and Katie get to go do their own thing is really nice too, because it seems like they're cute and happy together. She was really nice. I was glad I got to meet her. I liked her.
Yeah, he was just
Nice
whining at
lady.
me. He was just whining at me. What a dick.
He's like, give me attention. Stop talking on the internet. Gosh.
Um. Well, what do you want to do? How long do you want to go with this? I feel like we fucking covered some shit, for sure. How late do you usually go?
I mean, I usually do at least 3 hours. So we're on a good three right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how
Three. Yeah.
we could talk for 18
Well,
hours
I
if
know.
we
I know.
wanted to,
I'm
Jay.
wondering. I wonder if we should. I wonder if we should go 18 hours. Or if we should. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, let's open up for some questions. Oh, Joe
This
says 8 hours. Come on.
I just you have just like a Justin Q&A right now. Like anything you want to ask. Yeah. Does anybody need advice for anything? I'll give you advice.
Oh my goodness.
I'm good at
Joe says,
advice.
what the fuck? Sammy and I went 5.5 hours. And Justin, last time we did 7.5 hours. We did 7.5 last time,
Yeah. No.
I believe. No, no, no. Was it 7.5? Nope. That was with Roxy and Chris.
No.
I
It
think we were
wasn't
like
me.
6.
We did a lot, and then this is
We're
my
not,
third time. This is my third time being on too.
I know. I love it.
What are your
I love
thoughts
it.
on the meaning of life? Um,
And
and
giving
giving
purpose
purpose.
to your existence.
Oh, just basic existentialists. Create your own meaning. I find uh, sex is pretty good. Can have diminishing returns. Um, I do like laughing at the misfortunes of others. Um,
Justin.
and then it's just a clear run to the grave. Uh, I do.
Come on, you gotta do better than that.
No, I mean it's basic existentialist shit. You create what's important to you. You know, I met some guy who's really into weird board games from the 70s, and it's like his whole life, and he loves it, and he's having a great time. So for him, it's that. There's no one meaning of life. Obvious. I mean, it's obvious to me, but I think most people in here would agree. Um,
What is the
try.
meaning of you attribute to your life? What is your purpose that you've created for yourself?
I really like music a whole lot. So I'm trying to like write and record as much stuff that as I can before I leave, to maybe like affect some people in the long term, and then having a kid, to kind of pass on some coolness onto the next generation, is a big purpose for me. Um, and just being really nice to having meaningful relationships with people. Um, and trying to leave the place better than the way I found it. That's probably the main ones.
I like that.
Uh,
That's all pretty
what
valid stuff.
what do you use to grow such a luxurious mustache? I don't do anything to this. This is just how it pops out of my. This is it. I don't even think this has been trimmed up in fucking 2 months since I accidentally cut it short one day and I had to cut the other side.
Aw. Tell him you
Roxy
need
and
some wax.
Roxy and Chris get divided by 2, so Justin's still number 1. Yeah, let's go. Does dog like pineapple on his vegan pizza? What's your take on pineapple on pizza? Dog's probably the weirdest guy that I know. Um, he probably would like pineapple. Fucking psychopath. Oh, my
I
take on
love
pineapple
pineapple
pizza?
on pizza.
If you like pineapple on pizza, you're a psychopath.
It's my favorite. It's my literal
no.
favorite pizza.
No, I think it's it's like, what's your take on putting blueberries on pizza?
I would try it.
What's your take on like cantaloupe on pizza?
I would
Watermelon.
give anything a try.
Watermelon on pizza. Just okay.
Free
Well then,
pizza, dude. There's a place around here that has a awesome sushi menu, like amazing sushi menu, and they've got like one that has like strawberry habanero sauce on it and like a blueberry sauce or whatever. You would think that like strawberries or blueberry on sushi would be gross, but guess what? It's the fucking bomb. It's so good. So
I'm not saying it can't be done right. I mean, there's definitely some sweet and salty stuff, but I have never personally enjoyed it because I'm more of a savory person. I do like sweet stuff, but when I think of sweet stuff, I'm thinking like, rich chocolate or like baklava or some fucking awesome ice cream or something. The fruit is delicious, but I don't like necessarily. Yeah, I'm not like I don't eat a lot of ham really, so like ham and pineapple being together isn't a thing that I'm like have any like nostalgia attached to. So
what
that might
about
be
pineapple on bacon? Because that's my favorite one. Not the Canadian kind, regular old bacon.
not really. You know what I'm saying? I don't even really have any nostalgia attached with bacon. A bacon does taste good, but I'm really just as fine with turkey bacon, to be honest. In fact, I probably have more nostalgia attached to turkey bacon than I do regular bacon. But real bacon is delicious.
Well, yeah, because you just started eating regular bacon in the past chunk of years.
How did we get to talking about theology to this? Well, I feel like we covered some really good ground on theology, and so I figure we should just fucking keep it moving, pimping. Tube amps or Sims like Kemper? Tube amps. Although Sims have gotten better and better, they're really good. The Iridium that I have, I was just fucking with it today, Joe. I can plug this Iridium up and get impulse responses from other people on the internet, and like I was fucking with my guitar sound today, which may or may not be good. We're gonna find out. Let's see. Do you
JT,
think
got
I should?
any questions? We're doing
Do,
open question chat. You got any
do,
questions?
do you think I should become a Scientologist if I'm not married before I turn 115? No, Scientologist, you should be like, no, you should, I don't think so. Is there any benefit to being old in Scientology? I would probably go Mormon or something like that, and like maybe.
What do the Scientologists really believe? I thought it has something to do with aliens. I don't fucking know. Honestly, I don't know. Do you
fucking
have
it's
some insight on
fucking
that?
Xenu, dude. Xenu, the fucking
What does that
alien
mean?
that from like
So
a
it is an
trillion
alien.
years.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an evil overlord, or he's an overlord, and then the Thetans, he came to Earth, and the Thetans were here, and the Thetans can get inside of you, and you're in a constant battle against the Thetans. It's basically a fucking
What's a thetan?
like the evil spirit or the spirits of the people who were destroyed by an atomic bomb.
What?
This is all. Listen, I didn't make this shit up.
Wait. Like actually blown up by a bomb, like in real life, like Hiroshima.
Well, none of it's
kind
real.
Scenario.
Yeah,
no, but like,
yeah.
what are they claiming? Like, are they claiming there was atomic blasts before we dropped some bombs?
Well, obviously, Xenu, the galactic overlord, had atomic bombs already. It wasn't from us. They had atomic bombs.
So is this like a space atomic battle that happened on another planet?
No, it happened here. But they were on other planets too, I think. Apparently the plane looked like a 737 too, which is funny. But I mean, Scientology is obviously, like a self-help book gone wrong kind of shit. The guy was a science fiction writer, so it makes sense.
Yeah, he was a fucking writer, which I think is brilliant if he made a whole cult out of it and got a bunch of money from like Tom Cruise and shit. I'm pretty impressed. That's
Yeah, he's
impressive.
fucking. He's dead now. Not impressive. What a loser. Um,
Well, he lived it up while I had the chance, man.
uh, oh, Uncle Scar, you were mad at Rashad, but JT. Okay, I'm glad you're not mad at Rashad anymore. Rashad's really not worth being mad at, to be honest. He usually doesn't even know if he's offended anybody. Um, do you let your breakfast meats touch your syrup? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm certainly not pouring syrup on them. I don't really fuck with a lot of shit with syrup, to be honest. A little French toast every now and then. Pancakes are obsessive. I mean, obsessive are um, pancakes are a lot.
Excessive?
Excessive. I get like 3 or 4 bites in a pancake, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah, you're not as much with the sweet stuff. Earlier, yeah, you were eating a Ricola, and I'm like, "What's up? Your throat hurt?" And he's like, "No, it's just better than eating candy." I'm
Well,
like, "No, but
it's like a double purpose. I sang a lot this week, and so it does soothe my throat. Considering that I was going to be talking, I knew for at
no,
least 3 to 4
that
hours,
makes sense. That makes sense.
and
I'll
so
give you that.
just
I will
fucking
give you that.
hammering some fucking Ricolas like a madman. Uh, yeah, the volcanoes spread the souls of people. All creators they could tax. All creators they can get a tax exemption. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks,
volcanoes are
JT.
great.
Pancakes are fucking pancakes are fucking dense, dude. They're
I love
dense.
pancakes. I love pancakes. Gosh.
I mean, I no, I mean, I do fuck with syrup, just not like on a regular. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat like a ton of stuff that takes like syrup. But I mean, if someone's serving up some fucking cakes, dude, and there's syrup there, I'm gonna eat them. But
Hmm.
I'm not making them. I'm not making them at home. We don't have any syrup here. Let's put it that way.
I gotta say, there is such an extreme difference between the real maple syrup and the fake shit,
Hmm.
which I will still eat the fake shit all day. But man, that real shit, every time I go up
No,
to
it's
Canada,
completely different.
I'm coming back with syrup.
So my my stepmother used to get a gallon of real maple syrup imported from Canada
A
that
gallon.
we would always have at our house. And when that gallon was done, she had another one on order to like fix it. My
That's
my
so
stepmother
expensive.
my stepmother and my dad are like foodies. Like their whole shit revolves around food. Like they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't do any of that shit. It's all food. So like they're getting the best shit, and that's what they did. Oh, and you know, because my family's British on my dad's side, we always had something called Lyle's golden syrup.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. What is it?
It's a syrup that is like looks kind of like honey, and it's super thick, and it's very sugary and delicious.
Is
And
it
it's
like
called,
a caro syrup type of thing?
I don't know what it is, but it comes in this little fucking like metal can that you got to like pry the top off like a paint lid. And my dad always had that stuff.
That sounds good.
Yeah, waffles are good. I fuck with waffles more than that. Even those can get to the point where it's like crepes are where it's at. I lived in San Francisco for a little while with Meredith, and whoo, man, I would go get crepes every fucking day. I like savory crepes though.
Dude,
I
in Japan, the savory crepes, oh my god, that was the best
man,
shit ever. So
I
good.
I was going down and I was getting you don't like olives, so it's gonna sound disgusting, but I was getting salmon crepes with like all this olive mixture in it that was just like the most beautiful thing I've ever had. I got them every day once I found them.
Really?
There's crepe places all over San Francisco.
Dude, the one in Japan that got me, it's called tuna pizza cheese crepe. And I was like, I don't know what that means. I have to try it. That sounds, I like tuna, pizza, and cheese. So I'm going to give it a go. If it's gross, I'll just chuck it and get a new one. And it was so fucking good. It was like mozzarella cheese with some marinara sauce and tuna wrapped in a fucking crepe. That shit was so good.
I do love tuna.
I wish I
Lady,
had that at my
you don't
house.
like real maple syrup? It's interesting. Yeah, Uncle
Birch
Scar, you
or
do love your.
beech syrup. Joe, I don't.
I eat
I've never had.
I eat that bit that I don't eat no bitch syrup.
Yeah, Dusty knows about that tuna pizza cheese. God damn, it was so fucking good.
Do I have a comment about the vampire rumors going around? Oh, that I'm a vampire? Yes, all true.
I know
Um,
Uncle Scar doesn't like tuna, doesn't like breakfast, doesn't like
Doesn't
bacon, and it's driving JT crazy. She's like, "What do you eat? You literally hate all food." So funny, dude. What do you like? Well, she said you do love me some chilies. Okay, that's good. You like them chicken crispers?
mm.
God, I haven't been to a Chili's. I don't even know the last time I went to Chili's at all. But those little chicken crispers are fucking good, man. We don't have a lot of corporate shit here in Seattle, so we don't have that as an option.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Hmm.
You know, Atlanta's kind of like that now too. There's still some. There's still you still have like a couple main fast food places and stuff, but like now it's just like all like independent restaurant shit. It's like ton of great fucking restaurants around here now. It's amazing.
You know, going out there more recently, when I was out there a few months ago driving around, like a lot has changed. It's really cool. It's super
I
cool.
mean,
And
you left
there's
a
a lot
long
of little like
you left a long time ago.
I know.
Like a real you got to think about it like approaching 2 decades
I know.
that
That's
that you
crazy.
left
I left
So
2004. I got there in 97
yeah,
and I left in 2004.
yeah,
But I
yeah.
will
So
say that the city was always substantially cooler than the suburbs. The suburbs were
sure.
soulless. The suburbs are still soulless. They will always be soulless. And the
Hmm.
city has that fucking, like, that
The
heart
city,
and soul.
I would say around 2008, 2009. Well, I was living in Decatur, and I noticed that like, oh man, this place is like a lot of cool independent restaurants and little shops, and it's kind of becoming a little bit more community focused. But I mean, the '90s were weird. Like you dined in at Pizza Hut and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like
Oh, hell yeah.
shit was just like
With
super
that booking.
corporate. But like it was like, you went to the oh, let's go somewhere fancy, and you'd go to like the Cheesecake Factory, when it's like, what the fuck is this terrible shit? It's like fucking
Cheesecake Factory is good, dude. That's my
it's
favorite of all the corporate restaurants, man.
but it's not good compared to like the restaurants we have around here where like the chef is like really passionate about it. You
I
know what I'm
give you
saying?
that. I
Like
give you
yeah,
that
I
for sure.
mean, at the end of the day, it's still the head chef at fucking Cheesecake Factory isn't like a fucking, you know, a
No, for
business.
sure. You're totally right. You're totally right. And you
Yeah.
know what? Even though some things aren't necessarily like good, authentic cuisine, it's still fucking good. Like the Mexican food in Atlanta, it's
Is the
not
best.
anything like Mexican food from Mexico or near the border
It's
in
so
any
but
way,
it's
but
so
it's
good, but
so
it's so
good.
good. It's so good.
Actually, the
Dude,
last time I had that shit is when I came, not this past time I came out to visit, but the time before, I was like, listen, we need to go get some Mexican. Like, we need to go get that cheese dip. And I remember
yo,
we went to some fucking shitty place and it was delicious. It was great.
this is the best. Like what you want is like a dirty, like hole in the wall Atlanta Mexican restaurant, and it'll be the fucking most amazing shit. Well, it is specific to the people, it's an Americanized, but it is specific to the people that came up to Georgia. That's why it's not like, if you get any, you go out to farther you get to Texas. To be honest, you get out of Georgia or anywhere out of the southeast, and like you don't find those kind of Mexican restaurants anywhere else. Because
No,
I traveled all
not
over
at
the
all.
fucking country in Stokeswood, and anytime we come back, we're like, oh man, let's go stop at the Mexican place like on the way back into town, because it's like it's
I know
just
they don't have queso dip, white cheese dip.
mm,
That's just
eh,
not really anywhere beside. We had it in Florida, and
that stuff
then
is
had it in Atlanta,
that stuff is
and it's
liquid
just not a
sex.
fucking thing.
It's the
It's
best.
so good. Like, why would you not have it everywhere? I don't
But you know,
understand.
you know what I do like though about Tex-Mex is they give you tortillas. I do like tortillas better
Ooh,
than
me too. Me too. Me too.
yeah. So that's a good thing. But I wish they had tortillas here, and they do. You can get them, but I would just like dip them motherfuckers in that cheese dip and fuck those corn
Actually,
tortillas.
I order flour tortillas on the side whenever I'm around that lovely cheese dip. It's so good.
I
It's
lived
funny
in
in
Cat.
Florida. It's the
We
same kind of thing.
Uncle Scar, we both have been to fucking Cali and eaten Mexican food out there, and I prefer Atlanta Mexican food. It's probably
Yeah, I lived
nostalgia
in
talking.
San Diego,
Yeah.
and it was good. It was good.
I mean,
Those
it's
California
just
burritos.
it's just completely different. And I've had Mexican food in Texas, and I've had Mexican food in like out west, and Tex-Mex is just a different. It's just a different thing. The it's so fucking good here. Oh my god. So I'm like now I want it. We have like a really good
I
Mexican.
know, man.
We have like a Mexican place down the street too. That's like really good. There's something about it. I can't. I don't. It's something about like the red sauces and shit they use. I don't know. Fucking mouth
But
is
you know
watering.
what? Also, Chinese food. Like the Chinese food, it's not literally like Chinese actual food, but the Chinese food out there is so fucking good that when I was out there visiting you a few months ago, you're like, oh man, there's a good Chinese food place. And I was like, yes, we need Chinese food because we do not have the same kind of Chinese food out west at all.
Oh,
It's totally different.
remember I ordered all that Chinese food for us? Didn't we eat? Didn't?
Yeah, we had a feast. I ate that sesame chicken and we got those crab rangoons. That shit was so good.
Yeah, man.
It was so good. Oh man, that
Uh,
was so good. And you
it
know
was
what?
so good.
Italian food is the similar way in South Florida. There's very specific Italian food.
Mhm.
Every time you go to an Italian restaurant, it's pretty much all the same shit. It's just, people's variations on the recipes, but there's very specific dishes. And then I moved away and you can't even find that shit anywhere. Like nowhere on the West Coast has some of the dishes that they had out east. And I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's so sad. It's weird.
Yeah.
Regional shit's
I
weird.
to
Dude.
to be honest, I do fuck with just about any version of Mexican food I've ever had. But the Mexican food here is so good. I mean, when I was a couple years ago, I was down in Puerto Vallarta, and I went off the beaten path and found like this like family of women that were making these tacos, and I would go there every single day, and they were like hand making the tortillas right there and shit. Like if you get out of the touristy spots, I like had a backpack on and I just like took off and went and found hold on a second.
Cake snare, cake snare, cake snare.
I went and found uh it seemed like an important message, and it's just like Mike going kick snare, kick snare. So I went off the beaten path and found this place, and then we went even farther off to like where the locals were and got some really good Mexican food. That was delicious, and I'm just hungry now. I'm gonna go cook something.
I know I'm hungry too. Am I gonna make
Hey,
me a
what's up,
fucking
Danny?
waffle? Oh, Danny, hi. Hi.
Yeah, that's
Thank
me,
you for
baby.
coming in. Yeah,
That's
we
me.
talked about a bunch of deep shit. Now we're just talking about some food. We did an open question.
Now we're just
line for
hungry.
Justin. Now we're just hungry. Danny, do you have any questions for Justin since you were here? You can ask anything you want.
Yeah, can I have that last
Scallion
croissant?
pancakes. Yeah, if any of you guys have not watched Danny, aka Human Juke stream, you absolutely have to. He is so much fun. He is so
Danny-
fucking talented.
Danny,
Tear
when
shit up.
when we started, Sammy had you on her television, and when we were about to start, she's like, "Wait a minute, what are you doing on Danny's stream?" Because you were like playing a clip.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just sitting there chatting. You're out in the background, and I just kind of look out of the corner of my eye, and I'm talking to Justin, and all of a sudden he's on the TV. I'm like, "You're on the TV? What's happening? What the fuck?" I'm like, "Okay, Danny's playing a clip. That makes sense." It was really funny though. It's like, how can you be in two places at once? I don't understand.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab that last croissant from you. Did you, Sammy? Did you hear about the story about the croissant when we were at Danny's?
No.
So we were
love
there.
croissants,
Of
they're
course, Danny's being very hospitable, and they had bought some food, and they're like, "Hey, man, just take anything you want. Just all this food's here or whatever, anything you want." And Danny picks up the last croissant, and Logan, you can't take Logan nowhere, dude, because this motherfucker gets hungry, and then all bets are off.
Oh,
And
I've
'cause
seen
when-
him just eat. He just eats constantly. He's like never
When he
stopped eating.
when he feels like he's like on vacation or something, it's fucking like he's like, "Rah." And so so Danny walks up and he's got one last croissant, and Logan's like, "I'll go ahead and take that." And he
Just
took
right
it.
out of his hand.
Well, no, Danny gave it to him, but didn't say anything. But then later on stream, he's like, "Yeah, he took that last croissant from me." But Logan wouldn't even think. He wouldn't even. Logan was like, "Oh, thinking like, oh, he wants me to eat it," kind of thing.
He was just being polite. Like, I guess you could have it. I
Yeah.
guess. You know what? It's always that awkward thing where there's one thing left, and like you don't want to be a dick and take it, but like
No,
you
no,
want to give it to
no.
somebody else. Do they want it? And it's like, no,
No,
you, no,
no,
you, no,
no.
you.
No, Danny had it in his hand and was like about to eat it, and he was like, "I'll take that from you." 'Cause I don't know why.
So it's literally out of his fucking hand.
It's literally out of his hand.
And I couldn't tell him it wasn't for me. I just slowly handed it to him. That,
And you know,
that's
Logan was
really
like,
nice
Logan
of
was like,
you.
thanks, dude. But it's
That's
great though,
really
because like
funny.
'cause Logan felt super bad, but Logan wasn't thinking about it like it was his last one, obviously.
No, that's actually really cute that you're like, yeah, I totally was just handing it to you. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, so that's the
so
story.
fucking funny.
That's the story. That's why I said croissant.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny.
Yeah,
What is your opinion on the PP size of Bastion?
small PP,
Who's Bastion?
small PP Bastion. It's an Overwatch thing.
Oh, okay. So I was like,
Yeah.
are we talking about the never-ending story? Because he was kind of a little bitch, but that's not his fault. He was a kid. We can't talk shit about his PP. Bastion, say
Reported.
my name.
Yeah, right.
Reported.
Oh man.
Oh man, this is good. Wow. Yeah. See, okay. Daddy knows what's up. Say my name. He was a little bitch. Watching it now, I'm like, oh my god, he's just so whiny the whole time. Just saying.
Good biscuit. He's like Tug. Biscuit's getting restless. He's like
Justin, what's
Tug.
your favorite movie?
My favorite movie. I don't know. There's a few different like types of movies, I guess. Big fan of like if we're talking like Oscar winners kind of shit. I really liked American Beauty.
Ooh, that's a great one.
I really like The Squid and the Whale.
What? I'd never even heard of that.
It's probably
I like
one-
squids and whales.
like when I think of it has very little to do with an actual squid or whale.
Oh man.
But I do I do love that movie. It's Noah Baumbach, I believe. And so he's kind of like a little indie. He did like Margot at the Wedding, and he had a couple. He's great. He's a great director and writer. His dialogues, it's kind of an artsy movie, but it's fucking great. It's some human condition shit for sure.
Okay. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's
What
definitely.
about Waking Life? Are you still into Waking Life, or is that too fucking wooey for you at this point in your life?
I mean, it was always too wooey. But it's
We
not.
watched that
It's
shit
not.
like 87 times at least.
Yeah, well, I do like Richard Linklater a lot, and like I Heart Huckabees was good. I like all that. I mean, it's all philosophy shit. There was nothing like real. Like I Heart Huckabees was like some existentialist kind of stuff. You could tell he was just getting into philosophy, and so,
It's all
you know,
the
I think.
blanket, man. It's all the blanket.
Well, you know, Alex Jones was in Waking Life, and he's
Yeah,
a fucking
that
nut.
is true.
And he's a fucking nutcase.
Yeah. He was yelling about shit that whole movie too.
Yeah. Well, he
Whole
like
scene.
everything was a segment. I mean, the whole thing about lucid dreaming was really cool, and then the Ethan Hawke conversation where they were talking about like
Yes.
they were talking about like love and like what it means like when you say the word, because that goes into like Wittgenstein and the linguistic turn in philosophy, which is really cool. So yeah, I like
Do
the
you
Waking
know
Life.
where that originated from? Where the Ethan Hawke and the other chick? Do you know where that came from? This is
No, I don't think
crazy.
so. I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
I do.
so-
I don't know.
I didn't until more recently. So there's a movie that came out in I think it was 94 or something.
Yeah, those
like that.
they were both in that.
They
movie.
were yes. So it
Yes.
was called Before Sunrise. So it was
Mhm.
Ethan Hawke and the other Julie.
Her name was
whatever
like
chick.
Julie. Yeah, Julie's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like French.
But the actual conversation that they are revisiting in Waking Life is a couple different conversations that they had in that movie. And then we just recently watched those movies, and I was like, oh my God, this is the actual conversations they were having, and it was Richard Linklater as well. So when he made Waking Life, he had those same two actors sitting in bed talking about the same exact shit more in depth that they were talking about in the first movie, and I thought that was so cool that they connected like
That is
that.
cool.
It's
That's
really
super
neat.
cool.
I really like those movies actually because they're just sitting there walking around talking deep shit the whole time. It's actually
Hmm.
it's really cool. I never even heard of those movies until like last year, and me and Tavia did a whole thing where we watched all three of them, and
Oh,
it's
nice.
before sunrise, or before midnight, and then after or
Yeah, I remember
before
when those
sunset.
I remember when those came out. I remember when Waking Life came out. I was like, oh, it's 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 them from the movie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I
Julie
remember
Delphi. That's who it is.
yeah,
Steve.
yeah, I remember thinking that. Um, yeah,
Pretty
that's
cool.
and as far as like other movies, like movies that were like I think Pulp Fiction is one of the greatest movies ever made. I did see it
Oh
Christmas
yeah.
Day in the movie theater in 1994. Like it like changed my whole. I was like, what is this? This is what is possible. Um,
It's a good
and
Christmas.
I really like the Seven Samurai. It's like one of my favorite. I fucking love that movie. Um,
I
man,
have not seen
I mean,
that
there's
one.
so many good. It's like asking what your favorite song is. It's like, fuck,
I
who
know.
knows?
I know. There's a
It's
lot.
so much.
That's
But
cool.
I do, but I would say that The Squid and the Whale is one of my favorite movies, and it's probably one of the least known movies.
Dusty
It's
says,
got
spoiler, the squid and whale both die at the end.
it is you really don't even it really doesn't even mention the squid and the whale until the very very end. To be honest, it's not about a squid nor a whale, but it is in a way.
Interesting.
It's about the
Okay, Uncle
relationship.
Scar. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, Uncle Scar wants worst date stories.
I always have great dates. Um,
Look at me, I'm Justin. I have great days.
well, I'm a talker, so
Just
like,
kidding.
yeah, I get, yeah. I've always had. There was a time I did, and it wasn't terrible, but like, I was having a good time until she got drunk. I did date this girl who like would get super embarrassed if she would get like a little too drunk and like spill her drink or something and then just be like fucking so embarrassed that she couldn't snap out of it. And I like took her to a Nine Inch Nails show at the fucking Fox and paid for it and like had all this shit and got her a drink and she spilt it. And I was like, it's all good. I got her another drink and she spilt it again a little while later. But I didn't give a shit. But she was just so like fucking fucked up about it. And then, so I think she was like really embarrassed or some weird shit. So we kind of stopped seeing each other. I was like, some red flags. We ran into each other in East Atlanta and we were like hanging out, blah, 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 blah. But we had been kind of dating for a little while, at that point before then. And I was really into her for a while. And then we were like dancing at Mary's. You've been to, if you know where Mary's is in East Atlanta? Maybe not. I can't remember if it was around back then, but it's this really cool gay club that's like karaoke, drag queen karaoke and shit. And we were just fucking like throwing down in there. And she fucking drops her beer again. And she literally just like walked out and like I barely talked to her again after that.
Oh my god. That sucks, dude.
We weren't even on the date the
Okay,
second
so
time.
speaking of date stuff, what are your deal breakers with ladies? What's some deal breakers that you got?
It's mostly deal breakers.
Okay, then let's flip it. What is your desired woman or person?
I don't even know anymore. To be honest, I'm so jaded. I've lived with 7 different women, so um, who knows? I don't fucking know. I used to like stay away from musicians and shit, but now I'm thinking maybe I just need to like be in a band with like whoever I'm with. So I need to find a girl that I could join a band with. We
That's
need to have like
actually not a bad idea.
we need to have like the exact same fucking life, or else it's just not gonna work out. I'm too hard to handle, man.
You hard to handle,
But
differ.
I always have great relationships with my exes though, so it's never anything like I'm obviously not like a terrible person, but
No, God, of course you're not a
I'm
terrible
I'm
person.
I'm certainly insufferable in some areas as far as being in a relationship. Um, but I really don't know. Really hot? I don't know. That's the start, I guess.
That was the most shallow ass thing I've ever heard you say.
What? No, that's like the beginning of everything. You're not just gonna be like, oh, look at that girl I'm not attracted to. Let me go get to know her better. Like in a
No,
dating
true,
scenario.
but really hot, really really ridiculously hot.
Well,
Only
that doesn't mean
need
by
not
typical
apply.
that doesn't mean by typical beauty standards, just by my standards. I have to be really attracted to them, I guess.
That's fair. Okay, I'll take that.
A lot of girls that are like traditionally hot, I do not find attractive. So that it's not like, oh my god, she's Instagram model hot. I'm like, oh god, that girl seems like she'd be insufferable. So there's just
You
like,
don't like those duck lips, those sexy duck lips people do.
maybe I don't know. It depends.
No, say no. Just say no.
No,
Just
I'm
say
not
no.
really into like the Instagram aesthetic, I guess. No, I don't like. Yeah, that's not a thing. Justin is way too open on stream sometimes. That's what you get. Welcome to Twitch TV.
This is the real deal. I love how
Well,
yesterday
I
when
mean,
you were on stream, you're like, my personal views do not reflect the views of Risky Biscuit. Disclaimer.
true though. It's true
That
though.
was funny. That was really
It's true.
funny. That cracked me up, actually. You're like, I just need to throw that out there. Don't
Yeah, if you're gonna
judge
come over
my
and
stream.
if you're gonna come over and visit me over there, let me know. Well, unfortunately, I mean, we don't get into politics over here, but and I feel like I talk well enough about I don't feel like I come across as completely fucking shitting on people's beliefs and stuff. So
No, not
I'm
at
cool
all.
with it.
Not now. I mean, maybe like 15 years ago, it was more in that department, I would say. But
Yeah,
you've
I
come
would
a
be
long way, so that's good.
a little bit more quick to dismiss. Well, that's all you can do when you don't have um like arguments against it. You just be like, "Fuck you, then." It's like, your shit sucks and you're stupid, and your mom's fucking stupid too for raising you, and then you fucking call it a day. Which, to be honest, ridicule can be good sometimes for some things.
I gotta say, okay, based on what you just said, something I've noticed which is fucking funny on Facebook, like, there were times previously where if you had a rebuttal on something, if somebody said something stupid or whatever, you would have a very eloquent, very like intelligently thought out response. But
Hmm.
now it's funny, you're like, whatever, your mom's fucking stupid. Like, what happened? Like, something shifted where now you're just kind of like, nah, 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 nah.
Those posts still happen with people who those posts the intelligent posts still happen usually within forums. Um, I shit on conservatives, on like Republicans, to be perfectly honest, especially like Trump style Republicans. I don't want to engage them in an intellectual discussion. I want to make them look like weak little coward bitches in front of everybody on the internet. And so that's what I do. I shit on them.
Dude, it was pretty funny when on Facebook when somebody was talking shit to Roxy and Chris. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah, yeah.
This turned into a whole thing. Some fucking asshole popped in and was talking mad shit, saying that they're a trash band and all this shit. And Chris
Oh,
was
calling
like, "Hey,
Roxy,
this is
calling
happening
Roxy
right now."
fat, calling Roxy fat.
Dude, it was
I was,
so fucked up. And
dude.
you're like, you should have been aborted. Fuck you. Like, you were cracking me up because you went to like this like baby child kind of extreme reactions, which was, we were dying laughing. Me
Yeah.
and Roxy are messaging on the side, like, oh my god, Justin's fucking killing me right now. Like, what is
Because
happening? It was so funny.
Because like what else are you gonna do with those people? Like am I gonna? There's a saying that you can't reason somebody out of something they didn't reason themselves into. So if they're coming with like some kind of fucking guttural like stupid bullshit, you just come at them like make you want to like I didn't start this shit, but I'm sure as fuck gonna finish it, dude. I made fucking I made a fake. I took pictures off his Facebook and made an album cover that said "Cum Guzzler."
Oh my god, that shit was so fucking funny, dude. You were busting it out quick too. Like in real time, we're having this discussion, and it was having a hard time loading because everybody was doing shit so fast. And then there comes Justin's fucking shit of him pulling up photos of this fucking guy. It was so fucking funny.
I just
Tavia
do
was
it.
in on it too. I was like, Tavia, this shit's going down. You got to pop in here, man. And it was so fucking.
I just do. Well, everybody else was trying to like. Everybody else was like, well, you see. No, we're really good because like if you look at it like this way, and I was like, y'all are going about this all wrong. You were in a band called Cum Guzzler. And see, I know because
so
I know because I have a picture of you with a dick in your face and cum shooting on your face, and that's how I know, because you're a cum guzzling little bitch and you should have been an abortion. That's how
pretty
you.
much verbatim what you said.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, what are you gonna do?
So funny.
All you do, people have this fucking idea, and what happens is like, that guy. I mean, that guy was probably a conservative. Let's be honest. The way he was talking, I think he was like, I think he was like evangelical Christian dude when I checked his profile, kind of thing. And,
oh no, yeah, it said God,
God
family,
first.
whatever, music was
Oh,
the last, and he said in that order.
I kept telling him that I was gonna fuck his wife.
And he's like, I don't even have a wife, dummy head, stupid, you know, like he.
And I was like, who's that girl in your photo? I'm gonna cuck you so hard, dude. I was like, I'm gonna make you such a fucking cuck. I was just going at him because, like, fuck that guy. He's gonna come on and fucking start talking trash about Roxy and them. Nah, those guys need
and
to.
I was
The thing is, do you have people come on?
Kind at first.
Nah,
It didn't
nah,
last. No,
the
I
thing is,
ended up
you gotta-
being like, "Fuck you! Shut the fuck up!" Like I ended up yelling in caps, and I
well,
was like, "I'm sorry."
you have to shut them down, and that's the whole thing. Like, if you try to reason with them, that's really feeding the troll. But if you're just like, whatever, you piece of shit, fucking cuck motherfucker, give me 2 seconds, and I'll fucking have your wife sucking on Satan's cock, and then all of a sudden you've got some material to work with. You know what I'm saying? Because what's he gonna say to that?
Something about Satan's cock during that time.
Well, you can't give him anything to really work with. You just have to make him look like a weak fuck, because they're on there trying to bully people, and especially going up there fucking.
It's so mean.
Well, fuck bullies, dude. I'm sorry, but like, you're not gonna. You know what a bully needs? Like, a bully who's fucking punching to other people, he needs to get fucking punched in the face. You don't go and try and reason the fucking bully out. Hey, let's this in the fucking Lifetime movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck these cucks. Fuck them. Yeah, fuck them all.
No, I try to be reasonable. I take the high road, and I try to give some perspective and some, you know.
He's not looking for
reason to
perspective.
people.
Trolls like that aren't looking for perspective. They're not looking for it. They're looking to go on there and get everybody all riled up, and they can rile me up, but it's going to be me talking about fucking their wife. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to.
I'll call her Roxy fat and then kind of fat. And she's like, yeah, I've been demoted from fat to kind of fat. That's cool. Like, she was taking it pretty gracefully.
They got to get
Man,
shit on, dude.
rough.
They got to get shit on, and you know, I'm not gonna get into politics and shit, which kind of, but like, people, they think that they are the shitters, and they are the people that need to get shit on the most. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just reason everybody out of shit like that. You gotta, and trust me, I know, because I can give a well thought out, reasoned response. You've seen me do it a million times over 2 decades, where if somebody really wants to engage in a discussion and they're coming with points, I have no problem taking all emotion out of it and being like, this isn't personal, we're just ideas against ideas, no problem. But as soon as I see somebody's coming in like, you fucking suck and you suck at singing and it's just because you're a chick and also you're fat. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker about to get a boot up the ass right now. There's no fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. And people who are like, don't never underestimate the power of relentless ridicule. You know what I'm saying? The best thing you can do for a fucking stupid fucking movement is make it look stupid as fuck. Just make them look like weak bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the language they understand. Like, conservatives talk about like fucking pansy fucking liberals want me to learn their fucking pronouns, and they fucking whiny little bitches get triggered as hell when it's them. And so you got to turn that shit back on them. You got to use their own rhetoric because they're going, well, I'm not a pansy bitch. Oh, you're the pansiest of all bitches.
I've
You know what I'm saying?
definitely turned around and called people snowflakes on the other side. I'm like,
Oh.
oh, look at the little snowflake. Wow. You know,
My
like,
my whole thing was Republicuck. I was like, what's up, Republicucks? Fucking sucking on Trump's dick all day. Anyways, I had this thing that was just like, I had this meme that was just like, you can shut up now. Trump's not going to sleep with you. You guys are acting like you're trying to fuck this guy. Yeah, Republicuck. Yeah, that's what.
that's so
So,
funny.
Um,
Oh God, I'm so glad we haven't had to see his fucking face as much
so
lately. And hear
so
his
if you didn't
fucking
know my
bullshits.
political, most of you knew my political views, I think. But if you didn't, now you do.
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't
I
really. You
share
know
the
you know
sentiment.
you know what I don't like. But I am my Instagram just says ask me about my leftist agenda. I used to be fairly liberal, and then I went from then after the shit hit the fan after Obama, I was like, okay, Obama was a step in the right direction, not perfect, but I'm pretty moderate if I was in Europe. But I'm not moderate here. I'm fucking like extreme leftist over in America. I
Look
used
at
to
Tavia said she digs it. She used the new emote, which uploaded while we were doing the stream. It
Let's
was been approved.
go.
The I dig it. You like that? I dig it.
I like
Look,
it.
Dusty made that. Isn't it cute? She was digging your your rant. That's fucking great.
Fuck those cock pieces of shit. Yeah,
Valid.
Uncle Scar, I used to consider myself a liberal, which means that you can work within the system to make slow, systematic change to achieve progress. And now I'm more like, I don't know, man. Maybe we should just fucking have a revolution. Now I'm more
Burn it
now
all
I'm-
down, man.
which
Burn it
which to be honest, I was always kind of like that. But you know, I was like, okay, well, if the left can kind of become left here, and we can work, if we can move the Democrat Party to actually have leftist ideologies, then maybe we can work within the system. And then after Trump got elected, I was like, nope, no more. It's all over.
all.
This is it.
Yep.
That's it. That was the end of American liberalism for me. I will now be far extremely over to the left as far as American politics are concerned, which really just means like, can we have college and healthcare? Ooh, extreme leftist.
Yeah. That's not too much to ask for. I
No.
don't feel.
It is funny though.
But we can't even get people vaccinated, so I guess you know,
No.
shit's
Hey,
hard
Becky.
these days.
Hey, Beaky.
Getting what we need. Have you been going out since, like, I don't know, all this COVID shit? I know back when I was out there, you weren't really going out much. Have you been out and about at all?
No. Oh, Uncle Scar, you got to try and destroy the patriarchy at every turn you get, and we got to do it from the inside. It's really the men's responsibility.
And I love that about you. Thank you for always standing up for that for us.
I mean, fuck that shit. That shit's fucked up, man. It's fucked up to think about just the way things have been set up for so long. It's kind of fucked. But anyways, hopefully we're gonna get past it a little bit here at some point. It's gonna be a long battle. But I feel like the consciousness is changing a little bit with the younger generation. It's pretty good.
It is, but then we have to battle the shit that's going on in Texas right now, which makes me want
Well,
to fucking
the
punch everybody
biggest
in the face.
the biggest problem is that usually people on the left don't want to have kids as much as the people on the right. So they're kind of outbreeding us pretty heavily.
It's true.
And then, but they're also dying faster and more. They're dying a lot more now because of COVID.
Bye. See
They
you
really
later.
are. And okay, so here's my stance on that, so I don't feel like terrible about it, because I do like that their voter base is diminishing. That is nice. On the other hand, though, I believe that most people are pretty smart, but they've been systematically manipulated by conservative media for the past 30 years. And it's not even really their fault. They're just susceptible to it. And they could have easily been indoctrinated with something else, but now they're here and it sucks. And I'm actually more mad at the people who let it happen, like Newt Gingrich.
Agreed.
And like I can celebrate Rush Limbaugh's death. Like, you know, if you fucking gave that guy an enema, he could been buried in a fucking matchbox, dude. The guy was so full of shit and just such a piece of shit. Like, I'm just fucking, you know, it sucks that cancer had to have that terminal case of Rush Limbaugh. I feel bad for that cancer.
Good.
And so, but I don't want to put it on the people. It sucks because they're being manipulated. And I'm not saying they're great, and I still have my qualms with them, and fuck them, and I will shit on them on Facebook. But at the same time, I don't necessarily want them to die. I want people to live. I just want them to get their fucking act together. But I know it comes from the top. The propaganda comes from the top. And so that's what you got to fix. Because most people will just listen to whatever they're fed. Yeah.
It's so fucking sad. And Scar, I completely, totally agree with you on that one. Yeah, the fact that you can sue, like a citizen can sue an Uber driver or a friend that lent money to somebody or whatever for helping facilitate.
My new thing,
It's the craziest.
my new thing is to get on, because a lot of senators and Republican senators and Congress people are commenting on, like, finally some good abortion laws. And I go in there and I'm just like, I actually believe in mandatory abortion, but only for Republicans. So that's
Oh, mandatory.
that's my new quip. They're like, people are like, oh, nobody wants mandatory abortions. I'm like, nah, actually, you guys are starting to convince me.
That's actually really funny.
Did you vote Republican?
Hey.
Mandatory.
Mandatory.
Mandatory
Castration.
abortion.
Double
Double
castration.
castration.
Fucking A. I mean, that's honestly something really worth considering too. You know, how about
Castration?
fucking snipping some dudes? Yeah, straight up. Like, why is it the chicks that always have to deal
Well,
with this? Like,
there's
maybe
there's
that should
only
be
there's
considered.
there's really only two things. There's really only one thing that, if you want to increase your society's well-being, there's only a few things that are proven to make your society better. And one of them is women having control over their reproductive rights. When women are free to not be considered baby incubators by design, society gets better. And that is just an objective fact. And that's all it is.
I agree.
That's fucking all it
I
is.
agree.
Night, Danny. And the other thing is
Good night,
education.
Danny. We love you. Thank you for being here. I'm always so happy to have you. You're the best. Thanks
education
for the
is-
shout out on your
Love
page
you.
earlier. Also, no, it's true. I
If
saw
you-
a meme today that said, "I believe in a woman's right to be born," and a lot of
I
times
saw
I
that.
just scroll past shit. Did you see?
I
my
posted on
fucking
that.
comment? Not
I posted on
Yeah,
that one.
and
I saw your comment.
my comment where I'm like, well, and then once they're born, then you don't give a shit, keeping it classy, you know, because it's
No.
fucking true. So you want this person to be born, but then you don't want them to have choice or rights when
Oh.
they're born.
I was
Got
like,
it. Makes
I
sense.
was like, I don't agree with a Republican's woman's right to be born. I no. Well, you know, obviously the abortion issue is basically boiled down to bodily autonomy. I can't, if I have a disease that requires me being hooked up to you and to use your metabolism, I'm a full-grown person with rights guaranteed to me via the social contract that we call the Constitution. I have rights, and I can't just go up to you and be like, "Hey, I'm going to use your body for the next 10 months," and you have no choice in the matter.
Fact.
So, with that being said, even if you did agree to let me do it, you could halfway through decide that you don't want to do it anymore, and you still have that right to a bodily autonomy. In fact, you can do it right up to the very last day, though I don't think that that's a problem because of only a very, 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 very small percentage of abortions are even done after 26 weeks. And it's not even as if the pain receptors, which is like base level consciousness, which is pain, which is just like reaction to stuff, they don't even begin to develop until 26 weeks. So there's like no chance that consciousness even exists at that point, and you can't have rights without consciousness, or else you could every dead body would have rights. I guess unless you believe consciousness is floating around everywhere. Dun dun dun. But but you have to have consciousness in order to have rights, and that's a thing. So, like,
And I looked up photos of what the size of a fucking fetus is at 6 weeks, and it is like smaller than a dime. It's like a fucking pea. It's like a literal pea. And they're like, it's murdering babies. It's like, it's a fucking pea.
yeah,
It's a lump of pea.
it's not a bad. I mean, well, there can only be a couple criteria. They're like, it's human, and I'm like, well, nobody's saying that it's not human, but like, I could scrape my fucking skin cells off, and it's fucking human. There has to be more than it just being human DNA. That can't be the only qualification, because a dead person is human DNA, but they don't have fucking rights. The only rights they have are the rights afforded to them, as an extension of their family's rights, and the rights that an unborn child has. And I have no problem calling an unborn child, especially if the woman is having a child and is like is like, yes, I want to do this. It's because they'll be like, well, how come people get charged with a double murder if they kill him? Because the rights of the mother were extended to that child. As soon as she revokes those rights by saying, I ain't trying to have this fucking child, that's it. Now, by the time the child could become viable, abortions are not only super rare, they're usually only in fucking cases of like medical shit, because no woman's gonna carry a baby to the third fucking trimester and then be like, I want an abortion now. That's not how.
No, that is not a thing. And I can't believe that people actually think that that's what people are doing. Like,
yeah,
consistently.
it's ridiculous. I've got a couple abortions on my record. And thank God.
I can honestly say I have never had to make that decision, and I am so glad, but I absolutely would. And I support anybody that's had to do it, and it sounds like the hardest,
yeah,
saddest.
Well, I mean, if the woman wants to have the child and wants to carry the child, then extend all the rights you want to it. And if she doesn't want to, and it's not viable outside of the womb, then it is what it is.
These are people in Texas making decisions for people that they don't even fucking know. They're not going to try to help these people to survive if they're a single mother. If the mother's a fucking crackhead and now you got a crack baby, like, they don't give a shit once this fucking fetus is born. They don't even care.
Of course.
It's so horrible where it's like, okay, so you're going to make all these decisions for others and not be willing to help in any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
Well, it's just virtue signaling that basically gets their base rallied up, because they only have a couple things. They're like abortion, guns, and communism, and then it's just like, that's it. And then people vote for them because they're fucking idiots.
I know, it's horrible. And you know what, Uncle Scar, you're totally right. Planned Parenthood is a fantastic organization that really helps a lot of people get birth control, get their yearly checkups, whatever, and it's just such a small percentage that people get abortions.
And no federal funds have been or can be used for abortion, and people don't know that either. But like, your federal taxes cannot be used to go towards any abortion services within Planned Parenthood. It's been like that forever. It should be able to, but it can't. So that's not even like a thing. Yeah, once the baby's born, they don't give. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely
Totally,
100%
Steve.
true.
Absolutely. And then they're like, oh, you fucking losers having babies, getting knocked up, and being on welfare. And it's like, well, what the fuck do you expect some of these people to do? They're not prepared. They're not in a financial situation or mentally prepared to be a parent. So now you force them to have
Well,
this kid, and now you're yelling at them for being on welfare. What the fuck do you expect? It's crazy.
well, teen pregnancy isn't a really good statistic to have, and they're going to come across a whole bunch of that. So they may not even stand up, depending on like what the Supreme Court really fucking thinks about it. The Republicans were able to stack the Supreme Court because the fucking Democrats are fucking pussies and won't stand up to the Republicans. I saw this thing today. It was like, I think I took a screenshot of it too. It's like Republicans, hey, we're gonna fuck up the economy and continue to fuck over the poor and working class of this country. Democrats, okay, but please try to work with us when it's our turn, please. I mean, that's like pretty much what's going on. Uh,
And we get so many great choices in this country. Two choices. It's not even actually a choice at all.
not
So
yet.
here we
but-
are. Here
Hopefully
we sit.
some-
Not at this moment.
Well, Sammy, I think I'm done for the night. My voice is worn out. I gotta sing tomorrow.
Okay,
It's
looks
gonna
like
be
I'm gonna
fun.
get me a fucking waffle. I'm gonna make a waffle.
I'm
Let's
gonna go
see,
eat
who
some.
we raiding tonight?
I'm gonna go eat some cereal.
Let's see. Anybody that you recommend that we raid right now, Justin?
Let me see. Yeah, Jesse Black Media. He's my favorite.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, those guys are awesome. We could totally do them.
It's just the one guy. You've rated him before. He's super cool.
Oh, is it the one? Yeah.
Yeah, I love him
Cool.
though. He's
Okay, we can do that.
he's a really good songwriter and he's super cool. And I really like. He's got this fucking song that's amazing. So I'm in.
Okay.
Everybody go over there.
Dusty,
He's-
why don't you cue that up? Jesse Black Media. But I just want to thank everybody so much for being here tonight. You guys are all absolutely fantastic. I have had a really awesome time having all of you guys in the chat. I'm so grateful for all of
Yeah, it was
you.
so good.
Thank you.
It was so good.
This was
We covered a lot of
super
ground.
Cool.
And I guess I'm the resident skeptic. So Sammy's gonna have me on occasionally just to fucking make sure everything's checking out.
Yeah, we got to keep that balance. Yeah, this is the third time. I love it, and we can just do this, all the time. I love
Yep.
it. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Oh, Tavia,
All right.
thank you for the bit, sweetheart. Thank you, everybody. And if you guys are not subscribed, please consider subscribing, especially since we have really cool new emotes right now, and we've got really cool subscriber icons. They're brand new. Brand fucking new. So if you want, you don't have to subscribe, but it would be super cool if you if you did. Here, let's put the cool new emotes in the chat. Bam. These were designed by Dusty Rockets, the one and only Dusty Rockets. So thank you guys for being here. We're every Monday and Wednesday. Monday is Weird News of the Week.
I was gonna say, tell Rashad I'm only 20% mad at him. I will not be doing that. You can tell him. You can tell him that. He won't. He won't understand. He won't understand it anyways. He wouldn't know. He wouldn't know what to do. He'd be like, "What are you?
No,
what are you
thank
talking
you.
about?"
Thank you, Scar. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate all you guys that came in for me and also to come in and hear Justin's rambling. It's always
Just-
awesome to
Just
have you
incoherent
ramble. I love it.
rambling.
You guys are
I got-
awesome. Thank you.
I got a couple 10-cent words in there. All right, I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow on the Biscuit stream.
Oh yeah, that's true. Everybody, check out Risky
Oh, these
Biscuit. Risky
these
Biscuit band right here. I'm just saying. I'm just
motherfuckers
doing
know.
the thing.
They know.
Roxy Gun
Oh,
Project
look-
and Tony Smiley too. Because
look at
these
your
guys
little
are the
thing.
best.
You got to put fucking
I
Danny up there
know.
now too. It's bullshit.
Oh my god, I 1,000,000% need to put Danny up there. 100%. We'll add that on for sure. Actually, I thought about that earlier today that we need to add him in on that for sure. So we'll do it. Good. All right, I love you guys. Justin, I love you dearly, and I'm so glad to have you as my friend forever.
Ditto.
Oh my god.
I feel the same. I feel the same way.
I'm so glad we'll be friends forever and ever and
It's-
ever.
That is true, though.
And I'll fucking haunt you.
That
One
all.
day. Oh, there we go. We're done.
That ought to hold over those SOBs.